Wow, super, great. All good, waiting for the session. Yes, we'll get started. Very good. Quite early. Yes, I think you are from the Ghana, so could be quite early. Mangalam. Super, very good. Okay, guys. So, uh, I see less people in the meeting, so that's a little bit disappointing, but no problem. Okay, anyways, we are going to shuffle this week. So people who are not active, they will go away. And we have amazing people on the YouTube. I see around 33 people watching. So guys, by Thursday, some good news is coming and you will be with. So good for those people. Thank you so much. Okay. So with that notes, let's get started. And guys, if I'm loud and clear, I'm audible, type capital A in the chat box. Perfect. Very nice. Good. And looks like I'm audible. With that notes, let me quickly start a poll. So I wanted to check if you guys were able to complete the assignment. And also I wanted to check if my poll is working. So I have started the poll and you mostly see on your screen. So do let me know. And YouTube people, I think you cannot see. So no worries. Okay, 96 people saying yes, fully completed and submitted. Very nice. 7% people saying partially done, still working on it. And none of you need any help and none of you have not started. Means I think looks like we are in very good hand. Perfect. Very happy to see, guys. Now let me end the poll and we are good to start. Let me share my screen. And here it goes. And yes, I think all good. Guys, couple of things. So here what you see, so there is the camera where I'm looking now. Okay. Here is my iPad where I'm going to type something. Okay. So I'm going to write something. So you can see, right? So this is my iPad where I'm typing, and here at this corner, I see you all people, how many people here are live, and also your chat. Okay, so I keep close eyes on the chat when I'm asking, talking, and engaging. So this chat is very important for me. Okay, guys. So when I'm asking something, okay, I need your consent. So please do engage here. That's very important for me to keep my energy high. Well, so guys, so if I'm loud and clear, and most importantly, if you can see my screen, then type SA in the chat box. S means screen, A means audible. Very nice. Super. Okay, so let's get started, guys. So respecting everyone time, it's 7 past 35 minutes, and we are not going to wait for anyone. And please try to get rid of your all distraction. Close your all other tabs and focus. And if you are focused, you are ready, type focused in the chat box. Focus in the chat box and I will get started.
Hi, Praveen. Good morning.
Very nice. Akash, very good morning.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Praveen, just wanted to share that we need to start recording.
Yes, perfect. I will start the recording. Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Thank you. No problem.
Anything Akash you wanted to share, or are we ready to get started?
Yeah, I think we are ready to start. A couple of things, everyone. We have received overwhelming assignments from everyone. Week zero is close to end now. we have received assignment, we have reviewed them, so we are good to go. We will be announcing champions of that week, that is week 0, and week 1 we are still in the process of reviewing. So most probably by tomorrow or by Tuesday, we'll be reshuffling. So people who are watching it on YouTube, don't worry. Very interesting and very energetic people I see on personal chat on. So don't worry, we'll be announcing it by Tuesday, and hopefully we'll have from 44 to let's say 80 plus people in the next session. Yeah.
Great, super. Thank you so much, Akash, putting all those effort and making things fair for everyone. Thank you so much. And also thanks to all commenters. Okay, so guys, let's get started. And once again, please type ready in the chat box if you are ready. I'm really sorry, because just wanted to make sure you all are here with me. Type ready in the chat box and I will get started. Thank you guys. Love you. Thank you so much. I love this energy. Okay. So last time I think there was the comment and the feedback from you people. You wanted to know, okay, what is agenda for the whole day? Okay. So thanks for that feedback. So I have written down the agenda. Okay. So let's start from there. So today, basically, we are going to cover 4 topics, okay, in broader category. Okay. First is basics concepts, where we are going to understand basics Git concepts. Then we will understand around 12 to 13 or 14 Git basic commands that's important for every DevOps engineers and cloud engineers. Then we will understand the GitHub, very important part in this whole Git and GitHub series. And then we'll jump into how to work with the remote repository that will be on GitHub. Okay, so this is 4 broader concepts we are going to cover. And to cover all these, we need around 5 hours, focused 5 hours. If you add our lunch break, tea break, so maybe 1.5 hours, around 6.5 hours, what I'm expecting. Okay, let's see how it goes. Okay, so now let's start with the first topics. Okay, in this we are going to cover what is Git, then the version control system, why do we need Git, how to install Git. I'm going to show you Git repository and types, and how to initialize Git repository, and then how do you configure your identity so we know who is working on this particular code, script, or configuration. So this is we are going to cover in the first part, as I said, Git basics concept. Now, before we do anything, let's understand why you should care, why you should know Git and GitHub as a DevOps engineer. Well, try to understand, right? As a DevOps engineer, what is your day-to-day job? What you'll be doing as a DevOps engineer? As a DevOps engineer, you will be deploying for application in the production. You are managing those applications once get deployed in the production. And for doing that, what you will be doing, you will be writing a lot of infrastructure as a code. For that, we will learn Terraform. Then again, you are going to do application configuration. For that, we will be learning Ansible. So you are again writing a lot of configuration. Then Docker file, again YML file in the Kubernetes, and a lot of script. Now, if you see here, to run these applications in different environment, development, test, prod, pre-prod, you will be writing a lot of scripts, codes, configuration, right? Now, you need to manage these scripts and code, and for that, you need a tool. And what tool do you need? And what tool does all DevOps and cloud engineer use? So that is Git. Because of that, in this week, we are going to understand Git. Guys, if this is clear, type Git in the chat box. Why do you need Git? Why as a DevOps engineer, you should care the Git. So this is the reason, okay, you need to understand Git. Perfect. Now, when you are working as a DevOps engineer, so you are not alone, right? There will be another team member. They are also doing different tasks, working on the different part of those automation, configuration, and script. Then you need to collaborate with them, right? Then how do you collaborate? For that, you need a platform. And for that, you need to understand GitHub. Because of this, these two concepts today we are going to cover and understand. Guys, if this is clear, type GitHub in the chat box. Perfect. Super. Now we know why we are learning Git and GitHub in this week. So let's get started. So first, let's start with the Git. Obvious question is, what is Git? On the screen, you see Git is version control system. Well, maybe some of you don't know what is version, right? So let's start and understand what is version. What is version? Version is a different iteration of same thing. What is version? Version is different iteration of same things. Let's understand with the example. So this is one of my book, okay, Git and GitHub for modern software development. Okay, this whole book is written on GitHub, Git and GitHub. Now, this was the original book, right? And I published this book around 1.5 years ago. Now, couple of weeks back, publisher sent me a message. Hey, Praveen, it's been around 1.5 years. You published this book, and we published this book. Now, I think we need to update this book. Okay. What does it mean? It means I need to go and add extra chapter. I need to add some extra paragraphs in different chapters, right? Then we are going to republish it. What does it mean? This is the original version of my book. And when I'm going to update extra chapters and paragraphs, so this is going to become different second version of my book, right? What is this? This is the, what is, ideally, what is this? This is the different iteration of the same things, right? So this is called version. Guys, if this is clear, if you understand with this example, type clear in the chat box. Very good. Now, if you want to take another very simple example, right? I know all of you using, not all of you, maybe 99% of you are using WhatsApp, right? And now and then you must be seeing some notification. Hey, we have new feature release. We have new functionality added in the WhatsApp. Please go ahead and update this, right? What does it mean? Means there is a different update in the tool, right? So again, this is called the version. I hope, guys, with these two examples, you really understand what is versions. It's all clear, all good. Type version or maybe V in the chat box. Very good, very nice. Now, I've also said, what is Git? Git is version control system, right? Now let's understand what is version control system. It's very simple, as name suggests, right? When you are going to control this version, okay, so this is called version control. Why this is important? Let's understand with example. So imagine your last assignment of the React, right? On the React application, I created the application, right? And then I want you people to add some new feature, okay? So this person is going to write some piece of code on same application. So maybe it will be the version 1, right? For this person, it will be version 2. And for this person, and he's going to do some changes, right? This will be version 3, right? So what we are doing here on the same piece of code, 3 people going to work and going to create a different version, right? It means we are allowing multiple people to collaborate and work. But there is the problem, because different people will have the different piece of code. That is what is version, right? So if as the owner of that application, I need to track, I need to see history of the changes. If I need to see history of the changes, who is done what, which file, which code they have changed, right? So I need something, right? So again, Git is the tool that will give me this flexibility to understand, look, see different version of the source code. So Git has version control capability. It helped me go back and see previous version of the source code. Guys, if this is clear, type VCS in the chat box. Version control system. Well, now why we are using Git? You're using Git to manage, right, code. So Git is also called source code management system. Git is also called source code management system. So in the industry, you will be seeing this term interchangeably. Some people will say, what is Git? Git is the version control system. And some people will say, Git is source code management system. And they are right. Now you understand, right? Why we are calling version control system? Because it has capability to maintain multiple versions of your script, code, and application. And at the end, what this is doing? This is maintaining source code, right? It's managing source code. It's also called source code management system. Guys, all clear? All good? Type good in the chat box. Perfect. Now let's understand, why do we need Git? We already understood, right? But let's go a little bit in detail, okay? And let's understand some more term and concept that we use in the Git using this question, okay? So why do we need Git? So first, we need Git because we want to maintain and I want to know multiple versions of my application. I want to control multiple versions of my application. So we can use the Git, right? So this is one of the feature. Next is, it's provide branching. Guys, try to understand, this is very important concept. And we are going to use this term all the time in the Git. So what is branching? So if I need to give the definition of branching, so branching is the practice of creating separate copy of source code. Branching is practice of creating separate copy of source code, and most importantly, without affecting main source code. Now, if you remember what I said, we have the React application, right? In this React application, I want to work two person to develop some features, right? So when these two peoples going to work on this application source code, So I don't want them to disturb the main source code because this is my working source code. This is my working application source code, right? So what we can do for that, we can use the branching feature in the Git. So what is branching? As I said, this helps us creating separate copy of the source code without affecting main source code. So what happened? Any people, okay, your teammate can experiment with the new features, and even they can go and do them some bug fixes, right? Without affecting main source code. Now let's understand practically how does it work. So let's say, as I said, I have this website and I want this person to add some feature. So if this is my website, then there is my source code, and this will call the main source code. Okay, here I have the main source code. So what this person will do, he will go and get copy of my application source code. And now you see, he is getting copy of my source code, right? As exactly what I have here. So this is branch, right? If this is the tree, right? Tree used to have the different branches, right? So he is getting copy of my main source code, and then he's going to do the feature development, whatever I have asked. Then he's going to test it. And once he will test it and he know all good, all fine, then he can go ahead and merge this code in the main source code, and I can go ahead and see it, and I can give the feedback. So if you understand what we are doing, we are creating different branch out of main source code, right? This is main source code, right? We are creating the different branch. So Git gives the way and the flexibility or mechanism to create the different branch without affecting the main source code. So this is called branching. Guys, if this is clear, type branching or B in the chat box. Okay. Now, as I said, right, so we have the main source code. So developers, he went ahead, get the copy of the source code, and then once he will add the new features, do the testings, and all looks good, you can go ahead and merge this code in the main source code. Then we have here, if you see, I have the main source code along with the new feature developed, right? So what he's doing, once he tested his application, all looks good, then he is merging this code inside the main source code, right? So again, Git give us the way, a flexibility to merge the code into the main source code. So how does it work and why this is important? Because here in the previous example, what I've said, we have the main source code and we have one developer. But in the real time, we will have the multiple developers and they are working on the same source code. They're going to create the different branch for them. And at the end, all these people need to merge their code in the main source code. So again, Git provides this merging feature, and without you will be doing anything, all the new development, all the big fixes will be merged inside the main source code without doing any manual work. Imagine, maybe it looks very simple for you, right? So in your main application, you have 100,000 lines of the code, right? And if there is one developer, this developer going and adding, okay, let's say 1,000 lines of code, then all these thousands lines of code need to be merged inside your 100,000 lines of the code. And just you will run one command and this will be done. So this feature capability is present in the Git, and this is called merging. Guys, if this is clear, good, type M in the chat box. Perfect. Now, as you say, as of now, you also understood in the same source code, we have multiple people working, right? So what Git do is also provide us the collaborations option. Means on the same source code, we will have the multiple people in the same teams as a developer, or also we will have the people from the different teams, could be from the test team, could be from the DevOps team, right? So once you're done with your development, then test team need to test your source code. Then DevOps engineer need to take this application source code, they need to deploy in the different environment, right? So as you see, it's also provide the collaboration, okay? So Git offers these different features, okay? Branching, version control, merging, and collaboration. Guys, all good so far, type good in the chat box. Perfect. Now we understood what is Git. Why do we need Git? Now to use the Git, first things first, what we need to install the Git on your local system. Okay. So I have created two EC2 instances, one for the window, another for the Linux. I'm going to use these two environment for this installation, and one of them we are going to use throughout this session. So let's go first on the window machine. Okay. So this is the window machine. So here we need to install the Git. So it's very simple steps. Open the browser. Let me close this. And go and type install Git on window. Okay. You will see this first link, download Git package. Click on this. Then here, based on your operating system, you can use the downloader. Okay. So my this window operating system is x64. So I'm going to download this. It will take couple of seconds, and you will see here, this is a downloading. Okay. Download is completed. So click to open it. And this is going to start the open the installation of this Git. And then we have to do couple of next, and it will download the Git on my local system. Now you see here, right? So let me minimize this. So click next, is selecting the path, do the next. Here I will select, it will create icon on my desktop. Go to the next, and a couple of more next, and install. Now this is going to install Git on my local system, and that's all for the window installation. And same thing, let's do for the Linux as well. Okay, so let me clear the screen. So what I did, okay, so I have created the machine EC2 instance. So let me open this. Give me a moment. Let me bring this here. So I'll go to my new AWS account. And now I want to connect to my running EC2 instance. So I have used, as I said, I have two machines. Let me select the Linux one, connect, SSH, and I will copy this and I will go to my terminal and my key is in the download. I'll paste this, hit the enter, and now you see I am on my EC2 instance. Now here I want to install Git on this Linux machine. What command do I use? Guys, do let me know in the chat box. Last week we have covered the Linux, and by this time you know what command should I use to install Git. Okay, let me tell you, I am using Amazon Linux 2. And I see you people are right. Someone is saying apt. So apt we use for Ubuntu. I'm using Amazon Linux 2. So this is based on the CentOS. And for that, we'll use yum, right? Sudo yum install git. And I haven't passed -y. So it's going to ask for the confirmation. So let's wait. It's downloading. Yes, I want to install it. Give the yes. Now this is going to install the Git for me. It's very simple. Now we type git ---- version. I hope this will show. Now we see we have the Git installed on this machine and version is 2.50.1. All good? All clear? Type good in the chat box. Now let's go to the window machine, and this is going to be a bit interesting, okay? Because I know most of you people are using window. So let's finish this. And now this is installed. Now you see here, we have the Git installed here, okay? Let me close this. We see the Git Bash. Okay, so now let's open the Git Bash. This is a bit slow because I've used T2 micro, okay? And I think screen is quite small for you. Maybe I can go and maximize this. So where this is, I think text. I need to select where this is. It's been a long time I have used this. Okay, so let me make it 16. Okay, apply. Okay, I hope it's much better. Apply now. Save this. Okay. Now here we can again check our version, git version ---- version. And we see git 2.51.0 window is installed. Okay. Now, guys, one important things I wanted to show you. Now, this was all about Git installation, right? So what we did, you have installed Git on our Linux machine. We have also installed Git on our window machine, right? Now, many of you have been asking, right? How do you connect your remote EC2 instance from window machine, right? And as I said, please go ahead and use Git Bash. And to use the Git Bash, you need to install the Git on your local system. And this is what we did. And as we did, now we see we have this Git Bash. So this is called Git Bash terminal for the window people. Guys, if this is clear, type Git Bash in the chat box or GB in the chat box. So this is what I was talking. So I wanted to make sure you all people are clear what is Git Bash. Perfect. Now, from this Git Bash, okay, you will be also able to log in to the remote EC2 machine what I have created, right? So for that, what do I need? From this EC2 instance, if I want to connect to this EC2 instance, right? So what do I need on this machine? On this window machine?
Dari Alfa sangat.
Please mute. Someone is unmuted.
So.
Okay, so here we need Git first thing. Second, we need the key, right? So if you do the ls, what I did, I have already downloaded the PM key. You see here, week 2 PM key. Okay. And for that, let's go. And here again, I need to run this command to change the permission. Not here. Go to the window. Paste this. Change the permission. And let me clear the screen. And let's go here. Copy this command and paste this. Okay. And this is going to work as it is the way we do with the Windows machine and Mac OS. Now we see I am on my remote EC2 instance. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. I hope you able to manage earlier, but just I wanted to show you how it works and how we can do it. Perfect. Now let me go ahead and delete this window machine because I do not need this anymore because I just created this to show you how to install Git on the window and also how to do SSH to your remote Linux EC2 machine from your window. Perfect. Now let's go back to the PPT. And now what we did, we have installed our Git software on the local machine. Now, let's understand a couple of more important concepts we need to know about the Git. And first important concept is Git repository. Let's understand what is Git repository. Okay, so let's do a quick recap. So why we're using Git? We are using Git because we have the application source code. And on this application source code, we have multiple people. They are going to work and they are going to create different version of the application. And now the main source code and also different version of this application need to be stored and this need to be tracked. What do I mean tracked? As I said, when we have the different version of the application, we need to track the changes on the application, right? And for that, we need a repository. For that, we need a repository. So what is a repository? A repository is nothing but a storage space where we go and put our application source code. Let me repeat once again. What is Git repository? So this is just a concept. It's the term we use in the Git. Okay. So if you need to define what is this Git repository, so Git repository is a storage space where we put our all project files and their changes along with the history for the future reference. The place where we go and put this application source code and its different version. So this is called Git repository. You can think it as a database of your source code where we will have different version of our application and its changes. Now, how do we create this repository? To create this repository, we have to create a folder. Very simple. So on your local computer, now you have Git installed, right? What you will do, you will go and create a folder. And once you create the folder, then you have to run a command cd to go in that folder. And from this folder, you have to run another command called git init. Once you go and run this git init from your application, any folder, it will convert this folder as a Git repository. Means from that point of time, Git is going to track all version of the files in this folder. Let me repeat once again. What is Git repository? Git repository is a folder on your local machine where you are going to keep different files and different version of the file. But we understood, right? What Git do? Git maintain different version of your application, right? For that, you need to convert this folder in a repository. And to convert this in a repository, we are going to run a command called git init. I will show you in a moment. Once you go and run this command git init, then this folder will become the Git repository. And from this point of time, it's going to track every version of your application. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. And how it will track these changes, I will explain practically in a moment. But now you understand what is Git repository. We are going to use this term a lot throughout this course and today, okay? So Git repository is nothing but a very simple folder where once you go and run a small command git init, so that will become the Git repository, okay? Now there is two type of repository. One is local repository and another is remote repository. So on your local machine, when you go and create a folder and run the command which I told you, git init, and this is called your local Git repository. So this is work completely offline. You do not need any internet for that. But if you need to collaborate on this application source code with the different people, now this repository also need to be available somewhere in the internet, right? And if you're going to create again the Git repository somewhere on the internet where we will understand soon, so that is called remote repository. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Okay, now let me repeat once again. So what is repository? Repository is nothing but a simple folder. To make this folder as a repository, we need to run a small command. And once we run this command, then that will become the Git repository, right? Now we have two types of repository. One is the local and another is the remote. What is the local? When you have this repository on your local machine, so that is called local repository. And here you can do whatever you want, right? You can have your application source code. You go and do a lot of changes, right? Again, you save it. It's going to track all those changes on your local machine. But ideally, when you are working in a company or in a team, right, then this repository need to be available somewhere in the internet so other people can also access it, right? So that is called remote repository. Perfect. Now, let's go ahead and see how to create or initialize the Git repository. And for that, we are going to run a couple of commands, and let's understand these commands one by one. As I said, to make any folder, a new folder or existing folder as a Git repository, you need to run this Git command. And we know we have already installed this Git tool on our local machine, right? I have installed on my Linux machine, also on the Windows machine. Now, once we have this tool, right, then using this tool, we can use the different Git command, and one of them is the Git init. Now, as I said, we can convert any folder as a Git repository, right? So for that, we need to create a folder. To create a folder in the Linux, you can use a command called mkdir. But guys, in the last session, we haven't covered mkdir, right? So how many of you think, I don't know, I need to go back and read Linux once again? If you feel yes, type yes. If you feel no, I really not need to know the mkdir well ahead of time. I can learn this point of time, okay? Type no in the chat box. continuous learning. Exactly. Guys, is very, very important, right? Linux has 300, 400 commands, right? And mostly all the time we use 40 to 50 commands that we have covered in the last week. And intentionally, I don't cover this mkdir command. You know why? Because I wanted to give you idea and sense, okay? You should not be learning everything well ahead of time before becoming a DevOps engineer and calling yourself as a DevOps engineer. This is the mindset. You have to change your mindset. You don't need to know everything well ahead of time. Something you will learn on the job. Some basic things, basics concept need to be clear. On top of that, any new things you can learn, because at the end of the day, you are engineer, right, guys? If you agree, type agree in the chat box. Super, very nice. Now, maybe if you don't know, right, then how do we know? Go ahead, ask with the chat GPT, or maybe now you are the cloud engineer, right? You can go ahead and type which command to know more about the mkdir. Man, mkdir, right? Is going to tell everything about the mkdir, right? What is mkdir? Make a directory. Correct, guys? Well, so let me stop here. Just I wanted to let you know and give you the confidence. So you don't need to know well ahead of time everything, something you can learn on the job as well. Well, let's go back to the slide. Okay, so we will use this command to create the folder. Then we'll ls to see all the files. Then again, we use -a to list in more details. Then there will be something, okay, I'm going to talk about that, okay, and then pwd command. So you know all these commands, right? Guys, all clear, all good so far? Type good in the chat box. Perfect. Now let's go to our terminal. So this is my window machine. Sorry, this is my Linux machine, right? And here we know Git is installed. So I'm going to make a folder called code track, because in this folder, I'm going to put different files, application files, and we're going to track it. So I'm calling this as a code track. Then let's go to this folder, then code track cd, right? I can type pwd. Now I know I'm in the right directory. Okay. Next, now to make this folder, as of now, this is the folder. Guys, do remember, as of now, this is just a folder, just a directory. Now, to make this as a Git repository, we need to run a command called git init. Okay, and hit the enter. Okay, now we see this is initialize the Git repository. Okay, we see here some messages. Okay, we'll look into that. Okay, but now once you've done this, what it did, it made this code track folder as a Git repository. Means from now, if you do anything, if you write any file, edit any files, this is going to track every changes of these files. How? Let's clear the screen and do ls. As of now, we haven't created anything in this file, right? Type ls, we see nothing, but type ls minus a, right? And here we will see one hidden file. What this file is? This is .git. And now this is the magic. Only because of this Git, now Git tool, the tool what we are using, right? This Git tool going to track every changes of this directory. So let's go and a little bit see what is here. Go cd .git, okay, and do ls minus al, hit the enter. Now we see here we have the different files and directory. Guys, let's quick recap. What is object? Object is file or directory? Directory. Why? Because here we have the D, right? We have already understood in the previous session, right? What is config? File or directory? File, right? Because this is hyphen, right? We are understood in the previous session. If you don't remember, please go ahead and watch the previous week video. Anyways, now you see here we have so many files, okay? And because of all these files, okay, and with help of all these files, Git going to track every changes in our this code track repository. So code track is not folder anymore. This is repository. And because of all this or help of all this file, Git is going to track all changes, all version of this repository. Guys, so far, so all clear, type clear in the chat box. And do remember here, okay, you should not be changing this file anymore. I see we have the attendance time, so just give me a couple of minutes, okay? Now, never ever you will be touching this Git folder. If you touch this, then again Git will stop tracking, or maybe it will not able to track it, okay? So should not be changing this, okay? Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Perfect, super. Now let's take a small pause and let me stop sharing my screen, and your community manager going to take your attendance. Akash, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Praveen. Praveen, the attendance is already done. Maybe a couple of people are left. We can continue. I shared this message earlier, and I think everyone was quite proactive to do it. Yeah.
Okay, so let's allow a couple of more minutes so other people to do it. Okay, and then
Sure.
we'll
Yeah.
get started.
Those who haven't done, guys, please take some time and do it. The link is in the chat. Getting again. Is not opening. This should not be happening. Please check if you are logged in on your system, because you have to be logged in with your Google account in your system in order to open this form. I think we have everyone's attendance now. You can continue.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so let me share my screen once again. Guys, if you can see my screen, type S in the chat box. Perfect. Okay, so good. So now we have seen what we have did. We have made this folder code track as a Git repository. Okay, now let's repeat this once again. So now I'm my local machine. Okay, and here let me go to the workspace. Okay, clear the screen. Then let me create another folder on my local. Okay, say code track. Okay, cd code track, right? Now if I want to make this folder as a Git repository, I will run git init, right? Hit the enter. Okay, now we see what is saying, right? Initialize the empty Git repository where in the this directory, and you see here is saying .git is present here, right? What this is saying, Git is present here. Now, because of this, this is Git repository, right? And we already know, right? Now, very important things. Whenever we create any Git repository, so there is some best practices we need to do and we need to follow. And one of them is creating a gitignore file. Okay, now let's understand what is gitignore file. Before that, let's recap, right? What we said. So in this repository, here we said code track, right? Now this is Git repository. What does it mean? It's going to track everything in this file. But sometime you don't want to track some of the file. So for that, we need a way, right? So we want to tell Git, okay, please don't track some of the files in this repository. Now, what could be some files that we don't want to track? It could be some secret credentials, username and password, and some other configuration that's personal to you. So that we don't want to share with other people. Understand, right? We understood Git is a collaboration tool, right? So it's not only you will be working, right? This was the one of the reason using the Git, because we want to collaborate with the people, right? But same time, you will be working on your local system. And when you are working on the local system, there will be some configuration, some personal credentials, and maybe application related credentials that you don't want to share to the team or maybe on the public platform. I will explain in a moment, right? So we don't want to track some of the files, right? So for that, what we need to do, we need to create another hidden file called gitignore. Okay, so why do we need it? Another reason, maybe we want to keep our repository clean and professional. Okay, let me give you a very simple example. So as you already know, when you are going to write the piece of code, then you are going to use some editor. Okay, so what happened? Some editors will also create some files for their own purpose. Another example, when I use Mac OS, then my Mac OS also creates some different files, okay, some hidden files. So I don't want to commit all those files to the remote repository. I don't want to share with the different teammate, right? So I want to make my code clean and professional. So that is also another reason of having gitignore, okay? And as I said, another reason is not committing, not saving, okay, your keys and configuration, right? Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Node module, very good example. Yes. So we don't want to commit all those unnecessary files. So what we need to do here, go and create another file, touch.gitignore. Gitignore, okay? So we'll go ahead and create this repository, sorry, this file called gitignore, okay? And in this, we are going to put some files that we don't want to track it. Guys, so far, so all clear, all good, type good in the chat box. And I will show you what kind of things we put there later, okay? Now, let's clear the screen. Okay, now ls minus al. Okay, we have git and gitignore, we are set. Another important things we need to do here, okay, as a professional, okay, so when we are working in a team, right, so this repository has some purpose, right? So we should also create another file called readme. Okay, so what is readme? As name suggests, in readme we put some information about this repository. We also specify, let's see if this is the application source code, right? How to run this application source code. Some explanation. So when we have the new team member or maybe existing team member, so when they will come to this repository, they will understand, right? What is the purpose of this and how to use this. So for that, again, you can create another file that's called README. So touch READ and me, and that extension is called MD. Okay, a small MD. Okay, again, MD is another extension, and here this is called markup language. Okay, so there we can create some instruction and some information about this repository, right? Now, guys, if you see, I'm not calling this as a folder. I'm calling this is a repository because now it's tracking everything, right? Guys, so far, so all clear? Type clear in the chat box. And this is what we need when we are creating any Git repository. Well, now our Git repository is ready to use. And in this Git repository, I am going to add some files, right? Then I'm going to do some changes, then I'm going to save it, right? So we also need to know who is doing what inside this repository. Here, we also need to know, okay, now here I'm me, right? But if after 1 month or maybe from tomorrow, if we will have 5 people going to work in this repository, right? So everyone going to do some changes. Everyone going to make some changes, right? So all we need to know who is writing which piece of code, right? When they are doing these changes, right? So everything also need to be tracked. For that, we need to configure Git on this repository. Okay, configure Git, and in simple term, you can say setting up the user identity. So in this repository, we need to set up a user identity. So it will identify who is doing what. Okay. So for that, again, we are going to run some command. Okay. And let me go to the slides once again. And let me explain. Okay. So when we are going to do this configuration, okay, configure your identity. For that, we are going to use a command called git config. So what git config will do? So git config is going to configure your personal information. What is your personal information? It's going to ask for your name, your email ID. So based on this, when you are going to do any changes and you are going to save it, right? So it's going to track your identity, who is owner of these changes, who is author of these changes. So for that, we are going to run this command. Okay, we are going to do this configuration git config. So let's do that. Just give me a moment. Let me. Okay, perfect. Okay, now let's go to the terminal, clear the screen. And for that, we are going to run a command called git config. So let me copy this and paste this. and I will make my screen a little bit smaller. Okay, so here git config, then we are passing local. I will explain in a moment. Then user dot name, and then here my name will go. So I will put my name, Raveen Misra, and hit the enter. Now let me clear the screen. And again here, I can also configure, and I need to configure my email ID. So git config local, and then I will put my email ID, mail@raveenmisra.in, and hit the enter. Now I have done my configuration here. Now we can see the changes here, and for that we can run a command call git config -list. Okay, and now here you see the username Praveen Misra is configured, and email ID mail@Praveen Misra is configured. But same time, if you see here, we have same details also configured one more places. Now let's understand why we see here two configuration. Okay, that's where we have concept called global configuration. So currently, let me clear the screen. So here what I did, I run this command git config and local. It means this is configuring my identity to this local repository. It means if, let's say tomorrow, let me close this, let me go back here, right? This is my workspace. If I'm going to create another project here, let's say mkdir demo 123 cd demo 23, right? So here, if I need to do this configuration, I'm going to run again this. So when I use the local, so this is going to be the local configuration for this directory. But if you want to set up a global configuration, let me go again in the code track. Let me clear the screen here. Okay. So this here, if you want to set your identity for the global, then you can use the global. Okay. So once you set this, means in this computer, if you're going to create any repository, then it's going to identify your identity of this as this email, and again same for the your name as well. Now questions comes, why and when should we use local configuration and when we should use global configuration? So if you take an example on my this personal computer, right here, let's say I'm doing the freelancing work, right, and I work for the different customer, then I will have different repository for the different customer, right? So for the different customer, right, I have the different email ID, right? So in that case, I should do the local configuration per repository. If I'm working for a computer laptop, sorry, a company laptop, and there I know this is for my company, and all the work here I'm doing, this is for my company only, right? So there we can use the global configuration. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Okay, so well, now what we did here. Okay, so now we have created the Git repository. We have done our identity configuration. And next, okay, next we know we can track the all changes in the repository, right? So first things first, we need to see what we have in this repository, right? We need to, okay, we know it's going to track all the changes. So how do we see all the changes? What is happening in this repository? For that, we will be using a command called git init. Sorry, git status. Okay, so now run this command and see what is happening in this repository. So couple of things we need to understand. Please try to understand. Guys, please type focus in the chat box if you are focused. Now from here, we are going to understand git command one by one. Okay, well, and before that, okay, so let me quickly show you where we are in our Udemy course. So if you are flowing and what assignments you need to do here. Okay, so let's come here. So, okay, so this is end of our first part. So let's go to the screen once again, okay, on the PPT. So this is end of our first part. So what we have understood here in the first part, as I said, okay, we understood what is Git, what is version control, why do we need Git, we install Git, and we also understood different type of repository. Then we initialize the repository and we have configured our user identity. Okay, and now we are moving to the next part of our today's training, towards the git command, and we are going to understand different git commands, and these commands are here. We will look this one by one. So git status, add, restore, different, checkout, and all these commands we are going to understand one by one. So here we have some assignments to make sure and some role play to make sure you are understanding all these concepts. So let's go here. Okay. So here we have the first assignments where you need to set up your identity here. So let me quickly walk through here. Let me make it bigger. So here again, as I created, you are going to create the code track, a repository on your local system, and then you have to follow some steps. So you have to create the repository, and you have to initialize it, then check the git.git folder. Then again, you have to configure your identity. So I have example for the local as well as for the global. Then again, you have the instruction how to submit your assignments. So this is your first assignment of this week. And before that, I've also created a role play. So you can go ahead and use the real role play and try to make sure you have understood all these commands. Well, let's go back to the PPT. Guys, so far, so all good, all clear, type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Now let's go to the terminal and let's continue from here. Guys, let's stretch for around next 30 to 45 minutes. This is the morning time. Our energy is high. So let's stretch as much as we can here. Okay, guys, all clear, all good. Type good in the chat box. Perfect. Well, now our first command is git status. Now let's understand what we see on the screen, and this is very, very important. Everyone, please focus and try to understand here. So we have run this command git status, and just give me a moment. And here we see this is saying on branch main. Okay, so what is the branch? We already know, right? So when we have created our repository, sorry. So we have created a repository, what? Code track, right? So when we run our git init, then this converted this repository as a git repository, right? Means from now is started tracking all the changes. But if you remember, I said there is the main branch, right? And then from this main branch, we can go ahead and create the another branch, correct? So when you created this folder code track and run this command git init, so this is created your main branch, this main branch, okay? So that's why you see here currently you are where? You are on your main branch. Guys, am I making sense? So when we use this git init, right? So there need to be some branch, right? So there was, when you create this project, right? When you do the git init, is created the main branch. So that's why you see we are on the main branch. And in future, we are going to also create the different branch. Guys, this is clear? Type clear in the chat box. Perfect. So this git status giving us some really meaningful information. Try to understand. So first, this is saying currently you are on the main branch. And as of now, there is no commit. What is commit? Commit is nothing but saving your changes. Commit is nothing but saving your changes. So on this branch, if you want to save, okay, some files, so what you see here, in this we have created two files, right? One we created gitignore, right? Another we created readme, right? But as of now, we haven't saved any changes. As of now, we have not saved any changes. So saving any files in terms of the git, this is called commit. Okay, so it's saying, hey Praveen, you don't have any commit, you haven't saved any file as of now. Okay, so this is what this is saying in this message. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Perfect, very good. Now let's look into the next message. Okay, it's saying untracked file. Well, we know what is git. Git we use for tracking our changes, right? Tracking our files. Is saying there is, okay, these below are the untracked file. Which file? The gitignore and readme.md. Well, you have added these two files, but as of now, I am not tracking. So as of now, Git is not tracking. But Git is saying, okay, I know you have added these two files, okay? And I'm not tracking, but if you want me to track these two files, you have to run this command. What command? Git add and let me know the file name. So I will start tracking these changes. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Perfect, right? So now first things first, what we need to do, if you want to track this file, readme and git ignore, we have to run this command. Okay. Now let's do this. Okay. So very simple command. Okay. So here we will use git add, then we can go ahead and add this file name. Copy this and paste this. Okay. And hit the enter. Okay. Now let's clear the screen and once again type git status. Now we see what message we see here. Now let's try to understand this once again. Everyone, please type focus in the chat box if you are focused. Perfect. So again this thing, well, Praveen, now again you are in the main branch. Okay. As of now, you haven't saved any file. I don't have any commits. But here, changes to be committed means now this is started tracking some of the file. Which file is this git ignore? So now we have added this git ignore, this file, this is tracking. As of now, this is tracking this file, okay, but this is not saving. Okay, now you see we haven't committed anything, right? Now if okay, now it's saying now this file is ready to save, ready to commit. Okay, I hope you people are understanding. Okay, so what is the difference between this untracked file and the tracked file? Untracked file means it's not tracking at all. Okay, now this file, this is tracking. The file which this is git is tracking, now this file is ready to be committed. So all the file whatever we have added here, this is ready to be committed means now we can save these changes. Okay guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Now here we have two options for these files. Okay, one second. Now you can go ahead again, you can go ahead and track this file, right? Readme. But now let's say for this, what we did from here, if let's say by mistakes you have added this, you don't want this file to be tracked. Okay, now it's saying, okay, git rm cache file name, okay, to unstage it. Again, new term, staging. Let's understand this. Okay, so what happened? Let's go here. Okay, so staging means once we run the command call git add, okay, start tracking your file and changes in that file. And once you start tracking this file, so it's called now your file is in the git staging area. Git staging area. Now your git is, your all changes is tracking means this in the staging area. It's staged now. If I need to give you a very simple example, what is staging means? Okay, I know it's a little bit getting confusing for you. So let's say I have this book. Okay, now this book is with me. If I want to send this book to, let's say, any of you, okay, let's say to our community manager. So what I need to do, I need to go and get the box, right? I need to put in the box, then wrap it, right? And write the address. So as soon as I put in the box, wrap it and write the address, then this is called stage. Means this is ready to shipped, right? So next things what I need to do, I need to take this, go to any post office, right? And put it there maybe on the courier, and this book will go to the community manager, right? So once I put in the box and write the address, right? This is called staging area, right? So this is ready to be shipped. In terms of the Git, we can say this is ready to be committed. Guys, this is clear. If clear, type clear in the chat box. Well, now let's say if you don't want to stage, if you don't want to track, then what you can do, you can untrack it or you can bring it to unstaged area, right? So we can run this command called git rm -- cast, then file name. What is file name? Git ignore, right? Git ignore. Hit the enter, right? Now let's go ahead and run this command git status. Now what do we see here? Now it's back to the untracked, right guys? Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Guys, this is a small concepts, and these are very important as you are going to work as a DevOps engineer, right? You're going to do a lot of collaboration. You're going to work with the people, right? So what we did, we understood branch impractically. We understood what is commit, what is a staging area, what is unstaging area, how to track the file, and how to not track the file. Okay. So if all clear, all good, very nice. Next. Okay, now let me clear the screen, git status. Sorry, clear the screen, git status. And now let's go ahead, okay, and add track this both file. So you have seen how to do that, right? Git add, then I can type this file git ignore, right? But imagine here you see, not imagine, here you see you have the two file, right? Or in the real time, there will be the 5 file, 10 files. So you will be going and running these commands one by one, git add .ignore, git add readme, no. So what we can do here, we can run a very simple command called git add then dot. Okay, now it's very simple, okay? But this time you must understood what is meaning of dot. What's meaning of dot, guys? What is meaning of dot? We understood this in the previous session, right? What's meaning of dot? All file? No. Yes, Lalit, you are right. Current directory, right? So there's no rocket science, right? It's very simple. If you're able to relate the previous concepts, right? So here we are saying to git, okay, git add what? Everything in the current directory, right? Double dot means parent directory, previous directory, right? So we are saying everything from this directory, please add it. Okay, let's clear the screen. Okay, then git status, hit the enter. Now we see this both file is getting tracked, right? And this is are in the staging area. Okay, guys, all good so far? Type good in the chat box. Well, very good. Now here we are going to make this whole learning more interesting. Okay, and for that I have created a project. Okay, now let me bring this here. Let me go to my Git repository, because we don't want to track this as small files. We want to add some real-time code. Okay, then we should play around it so we really know what we are doing. So let's go to the Praveen Mishra and all the repositories. Here I've created week 2 Git and GitHub assignments. Okay, you can go ahead and read it, and you can also go ahead and fork it. Let me share in the chat box. So please Okay, you can go ahead and put the star here. Okay, in your chat box on here, you can go ahead and star it. Okay, you can keep watching this. Okay, here I see. Okay, now, okay, here you see we have couple of files. Okay, index.html and style.css. Okay, so I've given some instruction. Okay, but let's go ahead and get this file. Let me open this. Okay, now I'm going to copy this whole file, and now I want to add this file in this project. Okay, guys, let me know what could be the steps. Okay, so Sumit already done this. So guys, now in this our project repository, I want to create index.html. What will be the command? Touch index.html. Right, guys? Okay. Now I want to put the code here. I can go ahead and use vim, right? Or maybe nano. You already know, but I don't want to do like this. So what I want to, okay, let's do. Let's go ahead also touch the another file, style.css, right? So style.css. Send touch style dot css. Okay. Now we are going to use the Visual Studio Code. Okay, guys, I believe and I assume all of you has installed and configured Visual Studio, and that was the prerequisite, and I have already published video on the YouTube playlist. Guys, let me know if you had Visual Studio installed and configured on your local system. Yes? Perfect. Super. Now let's go ahead and let me open this file, this repository. Then I'll go to my workspace and code track. Let me open this. Let me make this bit smaller. I hope you all can see that, right? Now index.html, let's go ahead and copy all the code from here. Copy and paste this. Okay. Next, let's do same for the style.css. And go ahead, copy this and paste this. Okay, all good. And now again say here. Okay, now let's git status. Okay, again we have two new files. We want to track this as well, right? Then git add dot, okay, sorry, git add dot, clear the screen, git status, right? Now we are tracking all these files. Okay, so let's quickly see what exactly do we have in this file. Okay, so let me go ahead and open this. So I'll go to my workspace and yes, workspace, then code track and index.html. Okay, well, so this is exactly, we have this in index.html. Guys, this looks good. Looks good, awesome. Type good in the chat box. Very nice. Well, now let's go to the terminal. Okay, and now here we see, let me close this. Let me go back here. Okay, now what this is saying, here is saying as of now we don't have any commit, right? Now we want to save this. Okay, now saving these files, all these files in terms of the Git, what we called it a Git. We called this a commit, right? So what exactly commit is? Okay, so commit basically save all changes in this file permanently in the staging area, right? So we know currently, right, all these are where? These all are in the staging area, correct? So as of now, this only tracking, but this is not saving. So if you want to save this, you need to run command called git commit. So what it will do, it will save your all changes permanently in the staging area. So it's going to do a couple of things. First things, it's going to save your all changes along with the version. Second, when we are going to save it, it's going to attach a unique identifier for that changes. And this is called git commit has. Let me go here. Okay. Let's understand this. So when we are going to run a command called git commit, so it's going to do a couple of things. Please understand this. First, this is going to save your changes in staging area permanently. Second, very important, please try to understand it because we are going to use this a lot in all upcoming commands. It's going to create a unique identifier, and this unique identifier is called commit has. Commit has, I will show you in a moment. So when we are saving, so it will have the unique identifier commit has. Now using this commit has, if you want to go back to your previous commit, okay, so it's going to help us. Okay, and again we is also going to attach the user identity. So when you are going to do save the changes, commit the changes, so it's going to attach the unique identifier who is doing these changes. So we know who is doing what, right? And along with that is also going to save the time. Okay, so when you are doing these changes, guys, if this is clear, good, type commit in the chat box. Okay, very good. Now here we are going to run this command git commit. So when we are doing these changes, then we have to also give a meaningful message, okay, what we are doing, what changes we are saving. So if your team member, or maybe even you, after let's say 1 year, 6 months, you come back and you need to know what changes actually you have saved at this point of time. So you should be able to identify it. And for that, we can pass a small message. For that, we can use a -m. Then we can paste some message, okay? Let's say saving. Okay, so this is a simple command what we use to save the any changes. Okay, and the message what we pass, this is very important. Okay, so let me show you here. Okay, so as I said, right, so git commit is short message describing the changes, And this message is very, very important. Why? As I said, so when you are doing any changes, so your team member should able to identify, should able to know what changes you have done in this project. So you should always write a meaningful message. Now, let me give you some example and you guys let me know if this is a good commit message or bad commit message. So this is not related to this project, okay, but in general. So I am doing this git commit fixed navigation bar responsiveness. Let me know in the chat box, is this good commit message or not good commit message, or maybe bad? Type bad in the chat box. Good, good, very good. Now, what about this? Good commit minus M fixed stubs. Bad? It's not making sense, right? We really don't know what we are doing, right? Someone come, they're not able to identify what exactly I did, right? So this is bad, all right? Now, what about this? Updated README with the project setup and instructions. It's good, right? It's giving really meaningful message, right? What I did, I have updated README with the project setups and instruction, right? So people can go and see what exactly changes I have did, correct? Well, guys, now you know, right? What is the good commit message? Now, please suggest what should be message for this commit, for our project. You know here, right? Git status. Now, please help me in the chat box. What could be the good message for this commit? Source code added, update initial files, added project files, added and updated. Okay, I see some good messages. Okay, let's do one thing. So I want to make a little bit more interesting. Okay, now let's do one thing. So git status, right? And we know we have added these 4 files in the staging area. Now let's go ahead and remove some of the file. Okay. So I wanted to make it a little bit interesting. Okay, let's remove the style and index.html. Git status. Let me clear the screen. Now we know we are tracking 2 files. We are not tracking 2 files, right? Maybe git. Even let me remove this. Let's go one by one. Okay. Because again, next command, what we are going to use for that, we need multiple commits. Okay. So let's make more interesting. So we'll understand this more practically. Then let's remove this readme as well. Okay. Git status. Okay. Clear the screen. Git status. Okay. Now we know we have 1 file tracked, right? And 3 files untracked. Now I'm going to add this file. Okay. I've added. Now I want to commit this file. What will be the good message? Git commit minus am adding git ignore file. Very simple message, right? It makes sense. Guys, is this make sense? It looks good message. Type good in the chat box. Perfect. Guys, now let's understand. Okay, once we run this command git commit, okay, I have added minus am. Okay, let's forget about this. Okay, so m and adding git files. Now let's try to understand this. Okay, here this is saying, okay, well, what you did on the main branch. Okay, again this saying means this is your root branch, root commit. Okay, what you did, you have written this message, adding file, adding git ignore files. And when you done this commits, what I did as a git, okay, I have added one file. Okay, so one file changed. Sorry. One file changed, and within this file, there is no line inserted, no line deleted. Okay, so as you know, in the git ignore, we don't have anything, right? So it's saying I have added one file, and this zero insertion, zero deletion. We'll understand this in a moment in more details when you commit other files. Then it's also okay. Now here you see this is the Git has. I was saying, right? For each commit, there is a unique identifier. So this is the Git has, and this is the short form we see in the bigger form as well. Okay. Now it's saying created a mode this and git ignore. Again, this if you see here, okay, 1644, sorry, 10644. So this is the saying the permission. So on this file, okay, this is the permission. Okay, you know what is permission? Honor, group, others, and 100 represents a file. Okay, 100 means a file. There will be a directory. Okay, so this number will be something else. Anyways, not go in that details, but now you able to understand and read this message, right? So what this commits, okay. What these commits do is added one file, right? Let's clear the screen. Let's do git status, and all the time you'll be running git status to see, okay, what is happening, what we did, right? Now you see here, we don't see git ignore anymore, right? Why? Because this is got saved. Now let's add one more file, git add readme, git status. Now git commit -am, adding readme file. Okay, git status clear, git status, git add index.html, git status, git commit. Okay, now I want you guys to read this message. Okay, so please try to focus. Git commit. Okay, no, let me clear the screen. Git status, git commit -m, then adding index.html file to the project, right? Hit the enter. Okay, guys, now let me know in the chat box, what is main here? Branch. What is this unique number? Yes, main branch. What is this unique number? Commit ID, and this is the message, right? And what we did, one file. What does it mean? 78 insertion plus lines of code. Exactly. So here we have 78 lines of code had been added in these commits. Okay, see how details information we are getting over here, correct? Very good. If you understood, very right, very nice. Now git add a style, or git commit -m. Now here, so adding a style dot css for index.html file, right? Clear the screen. Okay, again you see you have the different message here, right? That many lines. So clear the screen. Okay, git status. Okay, now here what message is saying, we are on the main branch, nothing to commit. Okay, working tree is clean, right? So everything what we did, this is saved. Okay, guys, so far so all good, all clear. Type clear in the chat box. Now we're going to learn one more command, and after that we're going to take a coffee break. Very good. Now we want to know history of the commits, right? From morning we're discussing about what is Git. Git is the version control systems, right? This is track our changes, right? What changes? These are different steps we need to follow, right? And finally we have committed with some message. Now we want to see the history of those changes, right? And for that we are going to use a command called git log. Going a command called git log. Okay. So before that, okay, let's understand in more detail how important this git log command is, and you're going to use a lot in the future. So first things, git log command help us to track all changes made on the project. So if we have the 4 commits as of now, right? How many commits we did? 4 commits, right? So it's going to track all changes we made on this project over time. We'll see we have the 4 commits using this command. Then it also helps us reference for debugging issues. So we have did the 4 commits, right? Maybe on the 3rd commit, when I have did something wrong in the index.html file. And I need to go and fix this, right? So again, this helps us tracking the references for if you need to fix any issues on the particular save, on the particular commit. Third important point, it helps us collaborating by showing the specific changes. As I said, when we do any commit, it tracks who is doing this commit, when he's doing these commits, right? So if I need to understand, okay, what Emmanuel has done, right, or what Chetan has done, I can go ahead and see that, right? Because there will be the unique email ID and the name of that person, right? And as I said, again, it helps us going back, okay, to the previous commits, okay, if we need to roll back. Guys, so far so all clear, all good. Type good in the chat box. Very good. Now let's go and run git log, hit the enter, okay, and now try to understand this. Okay, so here we see we have how many commits, how many save, 4 save, right? You see why? Because we have the 4 commits here, you see, right? Commit 1, commit 2, commit 3, and commit 4, right? Now let's understand this. Here is saying, okay, Praveen, this is your latest commit that is on the top, and this is the actual full commit has a string. Okay, so this is the full has a string. Now this is saying, Praveen, on your branch, this is the on the main branch, this is the head. Please try to understand. Okay, guys, very important. Okay, so here you know, right, this is our main branch, right? On this main branch, okay, here we are doing multiple commits, right? We are doing multiple commits, right? And now this is saying, Praveen, this commit is your the top commits on this main branch. On the main branch, right? You have done this 4 commit, but this is your head, top of the latest change. Okay, so this is saying this is your latest change. Okay, now you don't see anything here, right? Now Along with that is saying who is the author. So author is Praveen Misra, this email ID. So Praveen has done this commit. Okay. When Saturday, August 23 on this particular time. Well, then what exactly Praveen did in these commits? Now you see this beautiful, well-written message, right? What I did? I added style.css for index.html. So when I have written index.html, it was plain HTML file, and it's not looks good, right? For that I have added some styling, and for that I have created style.css. Guys, now this is making sense how meaningful this is. What detailed information we are getting from here? Now you see same for each and every commits, right? So that's why when you are doing any commit, make sure you have the meaningful message, okay? And second things, right, must set up your identity, right? Because of this, when we have set up our identity, right, what was my name? Praveen Misra. What was my email ID, right? So now if someone need to come back and ask, hey Praveen, could you please tell me what you have written in the index.html, right? They know whom to reach, right? Okay, this belongs to the Praveen Misra. Currently you see only I am the author here, right? But in the real project and the real DevOps automation, there will be hundreds of the DevOps engineers, right? From the across teams, they're doing some collaboration, right? And you really need to know who is doing what and what changes they have done. Guys, all good, all clear, type good in the chat box. Okay, very good. Guys, shall we stretch a little bit more, or do you want to take a tea break? Let me know in the chat box. If you want to take a break, type break in the chat box. If you want to continue, type continue in the chat box. I think this is more morning, energy is high. We can continue if you want. Maybe it's nothing hard to taking a short break. Okay, I see mix of the feelings. Okay, guys, let's do one thing. Let's take a quick break. Okay, so okay, let me go to the first is coffee break. Coffee break. So okay, so let me change this tea break and for 15 minutes. Okay, guys, so we have the break now. Please go ahead and stretch your leg and get some coffee, get commit coffee, yes, and see you guys in next 15 minutes. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hey guys, welcome back. If you are back, type back in the chat box. And while other people are joining, thank you so much. I see some people saying you didn't feel like how these hours went. Very happy to hear. And what we are covering so far. So Git status, Git add, or restore, we haven't covered it, diff, checkout. Okay, we are going to cover all these commands. Okay, yes, let's do this one by one. So Git status, Git add, Git commit, Git log, right? Now we are going to cover remaining commands. Well, now let's have a quick poll, guys. So while other people are joining, so let me start a quick poll. Let me go back and okay, guys. So there is the one question on the poll to check your knowledge. Okay. So question is, which command is used to check the current repo status? And I know people on the YouTube, you cannot participate it, but yeah. So question is very simple. Okay. Which command is used to track the current repo status? So git status, git log, git config, git branch. Do let me know in the chat box, YouTube people. Amar, you are right. Ranbir, I see on the YouTube, you are right. Abraham, you are also right. Ogona, you are also right. Great. Okay. Abdul Mujib, you are also right. Guys, I see people are super active on the YouTube, and you people are going to get opportunity this week. Okay. So please stay tuned. So Saurabh is saying, okay, all guys are right. Perfect. Super. One person is saying git log. Okay. So no, git status, right? That's what we have been looking so far. Now, maybe one more question, guys. Type yes in the chat box if you want to test your knowledge with one more question. Type Q, question in the chat box. Oh, great. Super. Very nice. So, next question on your screen, what does git init do? So, there's 4 answers. Creates a new repo, initialize a branch, installs Git, delete repo. So people on the YouTube, so we have a question, what does git init do? So first answer is create a new repo. Second is initialized a branch. Third is install Git. And fourth is delete repo. And I see people are really confused. Oh, I can't believe this, guys. Literally, I can't believe this. The response, what I see on the screen. Oh, so I see people are saying initialized a branch. Okay, guys, answer will be it's going to create a repo. Okay, so what I have written, right? Initialize the repo, right? It's going to create your repository. It's going to create your repository. It's not going to initialize a branch. Of course, this is part of that, right? But why do we use git init? To make a folder repository, right? And of course, behind that is going to do a lot of things. And the branch is also initialized main branch, right? So I was just trying to tweak a little bit and see how you people understand. Okay. So I hope it's clear, guys. So git init create a new repo means initialized a new repository, right? Your existing folder, or maybe new folder, it will make a Git repository, right? Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Yes, I was trying to trick you guys a little bit. Super, very nice. Maybe from next time, we'll have some more quiz like this, okay? Perfect. And the poll, and go back. Perfect. And before we go, guys, let me start one more poll and see. So if you noticed, so I have created the role play on the Udemy. Okay. So role play is basically I created to mimic sort of your interaction with the AI person who is in front of you. Okay. So it's multi-purpose. Okay. So one, he's going to ask the question, then you can try to answer him. At the same time, you can also ask a question to him. Okay. He's also going to reply you. Okay. So how do you guys feel? Do you feel this is good, or it need to be improved, or it's not helping you a lot? Do let me in the chat box. I see mix of the response here. So 76 people saying love it, feel practical and the real world. Some people saying good but can be improved. Well, and one person said not helpful for me. Okay. So people who said not helpful for me, maybe you can write some more details. Okay, let us know. We see what we can do that. But what I did in this week, end of the session, I've created the interview kind of scenarios. Okay, so it's going to, you will feel like this is interview. Okay, so it's going to ask some questions. I hope you guys going to enjoy it. But people who feel it could be improved, okay, and it's not helpful, do let me know. Okay, maybe our community manager will send one feedback form today sometime. You can write your points there and we'll see what we can do. Thank you so much. Well, now let me end the poll and let's go back to the business. Feel good, really nice to see real world use case. Is good, but it didn't answer any other questions apart from the one program. Yes, so only, no, it will answer other questions as well, okay, but only in the Git. Okay, even other questions as well. I think I need to test, but I have tested, this works very well for me. Only 3 questions were asked, then it's progress further. When I close, shows not completed. You need to, maybe you can again go and ask some questions. Okay, I need to try this. Anyways, perfect guys. Now let's go back to our study. Okay, now, okay. So what we did so far, so we have created the, okay, let's quickly recap guys. So let me bring my, okay, so let's do quick recap. What we did, we have created the repo using git init, then git status to say the status and see what is tracked, what is not tracked. Then we use git add command to start tracking the file. Then also we learned how to commit any file and move it to the staging area. Then also not got git log to see, okay, history of all commits. Okay, now let's go and understand the new command git branch. Okay, so let's go here and git status. Let me clear the screen. And I'm thinking how to start this. Okay, now what is git branch? We know very well. Let me quickly recap it. So as of now, right, if you noticed, we have the main branch And this main branch, we have, okay, it could be short. So we have the main branch, right? This main branch, we have 4 commits, right? We have 4 commits. And here what we have added up to these commits, we have the index.html, then style.css, then readme and git ignore, right? Git ignore. Now all initial setup is done on this project. And now we are going to add more files. Okay, which file? Here, I want to add a new file called about.html. Okay. So now if you see, this is completely, we are going to add the new file, right? So this is new feature. I'm asking, okay, hey, now on this project, we have to go and create the new file. Everything as of now, this is working fine, right? And this is what we have noticed here. If you go here, this is all working fine, correct? All looks good. Now, without breaking our existing application. So this is our existing application, all working well. So without breaking this existing code, okay, you have to go and add the new file, that is about.index, about me. Okay. So what you should do, okay, here, if you don't want to break the existing changes, okay, you should go and create the new branch. From this, you should go and create the new branch. So you can do whatever you want. Okay, go ahead, add the index.html, try to play around it. And once you feel this all good, you can go ahead and again merge in the main branch, right? So why we want to create the branch? Because we don't want to break the existing application. Second, we don't want to, okay, we want to work on the separate code, okay? So it should not disturb the main branch, right? Again, we want to make sure once I have done all the changes, it will be tested thoroughly before it will go on the master branch, okay? Main branch, okay? So we should create the branch, so not disturb the existing code, okay? So how do we do that? It's very simple. Let's go here, okay? Do git status, okay? Now where we are? We are on the branch main, right? So we are going to create new branch from this main branch, right? So here we run a command called git branch. Then we will give the branch name. So guys, tell me what could be the good branch name? So here git branch, then we need to pass the branch name, right? So what could be the good branch name? About, makes sense, right? Features, we can say, but yeah, this not about is not a specific feature, right? So good name could be a about, right? So you can say, I'm going to create the about branch, okay? And on this branch, I will do all the development of the about page. Hit the enter, okay? Now run git status. You will see no changes. But now, how do we see the branch what we have created? For that, we run command git branch and hit the enter. Now you see here we have the 2 branch. One is main, and another is about. With a small difference. If you see right here, in front of the main, we have the strict. And on the about, we don't have any strict. So this is saying, this is your branch where you are currently working? Well, you have two branch. You have the main branch and about you have created. But currently, you are pointing to your main branch. Okay, so we need to go to about branch. Okay, so do any work, right? I need to go to the about branch. So we can switch to the about branch. Okay, now again, let's verify this. So git status, we know it show the which branch I am, right? Which branch I am? I'm on the main branch, correct? And this is when I run this command git branch is also saying, right, I am on the main branch. So this is perfect. Now to add this about.index file, I need to go on the about branch. Okay. So for that, we can use the another command called git switch or git checkout. Okay. Let me clear the screen. And here git status, okay, git, then swit switch, then we can put the branch name. Okay, what is the branch name? ABOUT about, hit the enter. Now what you see, okay, switch to branch about. Very clear message, correct? Now we can again check here git branch and see which branch we are. Now you see this straight, right, got changed to the about, correct? And again, to re-verify, we also can use git status, right? Now this is saying, hey Praveen, you are on about branch. Guys, so far so, all good, all clear. Type good in the chat box. Perfect. Super. Now let's clear the screen and let's start our development. So what we want to do here, we want to create the new file about.html, right? So touch about.html, hit the enter. Okay. Now let's go to the Visual Studio. And here, if we go and open this, we see we have file about.html, right? And type something. Okay. This is Praveen Misra, right? And let me save this. Okay. Now I have saved here, right? This is Praveen Misra. Now here, okay, when I've saved, so this is get saved inside the gate, or this is just saved inside the file. When I saved, Control S, right? If you see, I'm adding something here, space is not saved. Now when I'm saving it, okay, now you see here, right? It's not saved. You see here dot, right? Here. So if I saved, it's saved. So does it get saved in the Git or just in the file? Do let me know in the chat box. Exactly. So this is get saved inside the file, right? If you want to save in the Git, then what we need to do? Let me know in the chat box. We need to do git add, git commit. Exactly. So actually, of course, to do that, we need to run the git add because we need to track it first, right? It's not being tracked as of now. But if you want to save this, we'll use git commit. Fantastic. So let's go here, right? Now, so try git status. Okay. Now we see we have the new file is untracked, right? So we want to track it. So what we can do, git add, we have single file. So let's do about.index, right? Git status. Okay. Now again, you see here we are on the about branch. Okay. This file, we are going to commit it. So git commit -m. Then I can add the message adding about.html file. Hit the enter, right? You know all this message. Clear, git status. Okay. Now we see we are on the branch about. and our changes is set. Okay, guys, all clear so far? Now we are going to see some interesting things. Okay. Okay. Please type focus in the chat box if you are focused. Okay, perfect. So now here, clear. Git, guys, please try to understand. Git status. Okay. Where we are, on which branch? About. We know, right? Now I want to see all the files in current repo. What command do I run? ls minus a, right? Okay, now let's make it more meaningful, right? ls minus al, long, right? So what we see here, please try to understand. So we have here one file, two file, three file, four file, right? So here we see about.html, correct, guys? So here we have added this file about.index file. Now, currently, as you know, we are in the about. Now I want to go back to my main branch. Okay, git branch. Okay, main branch. How do I do? Which command do I run? Git. Exactly. switch. Switch, right? Main. Hit the enter. Now where I am? Switch to the main branch, right? Now ls minus al. Guys, is anything missing here in this branch? Yes. What is missing? About.html. Correct? Now here you don't see about.html, right? We have a style, readme index, correct? And here we have the about.html. Is imagine, right? Currently, see how powerful this is. Now let me give a very simple example. If I go around 14, 15 years ago, okay, when Git was not available, okay, there's another tool available. That time I was working in a small team. We were 3 people. You know how we used to do this kind of work, okay? We used to share files, okay, on the pen drive, okay? It was very hard to track all those changes, okay? And it's become very difficult. What we do, we used to have creating multiple files. Okay, if you go in the editor, here we go and create here multiple files. Okay, index.html1, index.html2, okay, about.html3, something like this. It was really hard. Imagine how super cool this is. Now on the same, here you see right here, about is not present, right? Now if you go and check here, switch git switch about once again, right? Now you see we have the about file here in the editor, right? Guys, this is cool. Type cool in the chat box. Sub SVN, exactly. You were right. It was SVM tool. It was very costly, okay? So everybody, all company cannot use it. Well, now couple of more interesting things you can see here if you're interested. Okay, let's clear the screen. Where we are on git branch about, right? Git log. Okay, here you see we have how many commits? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 commits, right? If I make it a smaller little bit, git log. Okay, you see we have the 5 commits right here, hiding about.index. Clear it. Git branch, git checkout, main, sorry, switch, main, right? Git log, right? You see, right? About is not here, correct? Well, now let's do one thing. What happened? Here we have tested, all looks good. Let me go ahead, okay? Maybe we can open this here, okay. Now let's go, okay. Let's switch about, okay. And now we can go ahead and add the link over here as well, okay. Just let me see. Just give me a moment, okay. Let me copy the I wanted to show you guys some interesting things here. Just allow me a moment. Okay, fine. Okay, let's go back here. Now, I have tested on the, okay, I have tested everything and looks good, right? Now I want to bring all the changes, what we have did on the Git branch, sorry, Git up, okay, at the about branch on the main, okay? So Git status, okay, we are on the about branch. Let's go ahead and Git branch, double check on the about branch. Now we want to merge the changes on the about branch to the main branch. Okay, so what we need to do, we'll again check out, or sorry, switch to the main branch, git switch main, and here we are going to use another command called merge, git merge. So what git merge will do, git merge will combine all changes from about to our main branch source code. Again, it will also keep clean and structured flow from about to the main. So if you notice on the about, we had one additional commit, right? So once we go and merge in the main, we also able to see these commits. Then we know who was working on the branch about, what changes he did, right? So that we also start reflecting on the main branch. So let's go ahead and we do git merge which branch we want to merge. Okay, one thing always do remember. So we want to merge code from about to main. Okay, so you have to always go to the main branch. Okay, then on the main branch we are going to merge code of the about. Okay, so you check here, git clear. Let me show you clearly, git branch. Now we are on the main branch. Now from the main branch, we want to merge all changes of the about. Git merge, then about. Okay. Then hit the enter. Now let's see here. Try to understand this message. What this doing is saying, okay, updating. Okay. This updating, this has commit hash of this hash. First forward is adding one file about.html, and there is the one line. Okay, and you already know one file, one insertion. So what we have written there in our index.html, sorry, about.html, this is Praveen Mishra, right? Now if you go here, do ls minus a la al, right? Now we see our about file is here. Guys, all clear? All good so far? Type good in the chat box. Perfect. Super. Now let's do a couple of things here. Okay. Now let's go to our project. Okay. Now you see here we have these changes, right? And just I wanted to see some updates as well. Okay. So now index.html, you see here we have the student details, right? Full name, group number. Okay. And then again I have written, okay, you have to write a small blog, okay, about what you have learned in this. I've given all the instruction, okay. So what you need to do when you are going to work on these assignments, okay, you have to fill all these details. And for that, I have created the assignments for you. But before that, let's do these changes. Why these changes I wanted to do you? Because I want you to little bit get familiar with the code base as well. Now, if you see here in index.html, we have so many files, lines. We have around 78 lines, right? So when you work as a DevOps engineer in the real time with the developers, so they are going to give their application source code with some instruction that you have to deploy their application on some server, right? And on this server, okay, on this application code, there will be some configuration that you should be aware of. Which kind of configuration? Let me give you a very simple example. So let's say this is a two-tier application. Guys, please try to understand. So let's say you are working in a team and you are in the DevOps team and developers team, they have sent you the application source code repository to deploy on the production server. And this is two-tier application. They have the front end, they have the database. So front end application talking to the database, right? Then this front end application, when talking to the database, what does it mean? Means in this application, you have done the configuration of your database URL, DNS name, right? Because of this, your application talking to the database, correct? Username and password. And what happened? When you go and start deploying this whole application on the production server, you will see application is deployed, but this application is not able to communicate to the database. That point of time, okay, you should go and look into the application log, deployment log, and see why this is not working, right? And maybe you notice because of this misconfiguration, username is not correct, password is not correct, right? So you should go and look in your application source code. So little bit, you should also understand the source code as well as DevOps engineer. You can go ahead and call the developers. They will maybe join the call. They will help you out. Okay. But if you are able to manage yourself, then this is amazing. Okay. So DevOps engineer, you should also able to read the application source code. So here we are going to learn these skills. So very simple. This is the application, right? And this application, you have to go and change your name, right? So you see here, we have the different sections, right? So here you see application has the header, right? Then it has the students details. Then you have to write the blog, another paragraph. Then there is the footer. It's a very simple design of any software, right? If you go in this application source code, okay, and here you see these details are here. You see we have the different section here, okay? And as a developer, they always write some comments. You see, this is the headers. Whatever you see here, okay, in headers, right? So this is design coming from here, this HTML headers, right? Within these headers, we have this header in body, okay? Then here we have the, you see, student sections, right? Concept you have learned, right? This concept you have learned, correct? If you go here, again, we have the footers. So here, this is self-explained. So a little bit you should understand this piece of code as well. Now we have to go and find these details, students' details, right? Let me copy this, go and do Control F and try to search this, right? Maybe you can find here. Otherwise, you can scroll, also try to find it, okay? Well, now we know where this is. Go ahead and do some changes here, right? So a student name, okay, I'm going to write here my name. Who's doing these changes? Praveen Misra, right? And I belongs to not of the any team, but I am the trainer, right? Trainer. Let me save this. That's all. Okay. Guys, is this making sense? Are you able to relate it, what I'm saying? Type yes in the chat box. Very good. Now we fixed the problems, right? Now let's go to our source code, right? Git status. Now let's add this git index, right? This commit minus am minus m, then added a student, added a student name and group. Okay, perfect. Git status. Okay, now a couple of things, guys, here. You see, right? Okay, now very good. Well, now you see here what happened here on the main branch, right? This is the hash, this message, one file got changed, 2 insertion and 2 deletion. Right? What happened? We added 2 lines and deleted 2 lines, right? Okay, but I think I wanted to show something else as well. No problem. Okay, git status, okay, all set. Let's go ahead and do a small changes here. So I want to show you another command. Okay, here Praveen Misra. Okay, let me pass here author and trainer for DevOps free cohort. Okay, let me save this. Let's go back here. Okay, git status. Okay, now here from this point, right, we know we have this index.html. We want to save it, commit it, but sometime we need to also check it. Okay, what changes exactly we did. Now here we know. Okay, let me clear the screen with status. Here we know what changes we did, right? Because we added just 2 lines, right? Here in the 2 line, I did a small changes, but in real time, when you work in a project, so you will be changing 10, 15 files, right? You guys agree? Let's say if you're trying to fix the database connection, right? You will be changing in the multiple places, right? Multiple files. And before you go and commit it, right? Okay, well, let me rephrase it. So here in this Visual Studio, we have changed in the 5 files. Okay, let's do one more things. Okay, you add some more line. Okay, this is read me. Okay, save this and ignore file. Let's go ahead, add .env file. Okay, save this. Okay, now let's go ahead. Git clear. Sorry, clear. Git status. Right now we see we have the changes in the 3 file. But before I go and commit, I want to check what changes I have really did in the index.html file from here. How do I do it? And do you think this is meaningful? Now I'm about to track all the changes, right? After that, I'm going to save it. Now, just I wanted to see what changes I have done. right? Just to make sure I'm not saving unnecessary things, right? Maybe when I was doing this here, I have added some, let's say maybe here I was added some comment, okay? Something comment works like this here. I've added some comment here, okay? I am testing a student's name, right? So okay, when I was testing, I have added some comments, some unnecessary codes, but when I'm going to commit it, right? When I'm committing means what does it mean? Means this will be available in the log, other teammate can see it, right? So I don't want to put unnecessary things, right? So how do we check this? For that, we can use another command called git diff. Diff means gate difference. Okay, let's go ahead and check this. Where on index.html file, hit the enter. Okay, now is showing what changes we have did here, right? You see, okay, looks like this is not got saved, right? Okay, now we see here, right? So here we have removed this two line, okay? And actually we didn't remove, but what we did, we have added the more details here, right? Author and the further DevOps free cohort, correct? And again, we added this comment. Now I can clearly see here, I have added this. Of course, I need to do these changes, right? But when I was testing, I've added this code, right? So this code is really not needed, right? So we can go ahead and remove this code, right? So how I understood this? Because of this command git diff. Guys, this is clear, making sense? Type good in the chat box. Let me go ahead, remove this because this is really not needed. This I added for sake of understanding, right? Clear with status. Okay, again recheck div index.html, hit the enter. Yes, this was two changes, all looks good. You can go ahead and commit this. So git, again add all, git commit minus am. Okay, done some, okay, improved dot gitignore readme and a student's name, right? Hit the enter, git status, all looks good. Well, guys, so far so all good, all clear. Type clear in the chat box. Perfect, super. Now we will also understand some more commands here, what you see, but we'll go one by one. Okay. But at this stage, I did the good work in this repository. All looks good, all nice. But if you notice, everything is on my local machine. Everything is on my local system, right? But now I want you all people to work on this repository. I want you all people work on this repository. Well, I can go ahead to the folder, zip this application. I have email ID of all of you, right? And send it over email. Is this good? All good? This is how I should do it? No, it's not good. right? There could be some better option, right? And yes, this is the better option. And now this is what we are going to learn. Okay, so that's where GitHub, a online source code management platform, come into the existence. Now you understand why do we need to learn GitHub? GitHub is a platform where I can go and put my application source code, which all this application source code, and either I can make it public or I can add you all people in my team and you will be able to access it. Guys, is this clear? All good so far? Type good in the chat box. Very good. But before we do that, I have a assignment for you, what we have covered so far. Okay, so let's understand this. Now, this is time for your next assignment of this topic. So what we understood, adding file, status, stages, commit, right? Okay, now we already got that, right? Then after that, okay, adding the files, git status, stage changes, commit, view logs, okay. Now tracking status and all. Okay, so here we have the assignments where you are going to learn all these commands like status, save, and git log. So for that, we have the assignment number 6. So let me quickly walk you through. So here, what you are going to do, you are going to again, so in previous assignments, you have created the code track folder. You have to go there. Then you have to open this Git repository. Okay, week 2 Git and GitHub. Let's open this index.html. From here, you have to copy these files, okay, and put it in your project repository, code track. And after that, you have to add all these files using the add, okay, status. Then you have to commit it, okay. Then you can also see the logs, okay. And there's some more command you see, log 1 line, okay. And then again, you need to modify these files with your details and all. I have written over here. Let me make it bigger, okay. I have to go ahead, change all these details, okay. Then again, change, okay, save your changes from the index file, okay. And then once you do all these changes, I want you to deploy again this application on EC2 instance. So I don't want what you have learned in the previous week, you should forget. Okay. So again, you have to go and launch a EC2 instance. Then all the changes of what you have did, you have to deploy it. Then again, you can go and see the how to submit your assignments. Okay. Guys, so far, so all clear, all good, type good in the chat box. If you are clear on the assignments, okay, what is this assignments all about? And I have good news for all of you, okay? So I have some friends and colleagues in Amazon Web Services. I'm also AWS authorized trainer. So I was reaching to some of my friends, okay, training departments, and they promised to give $20 credits, okay. And now I need to sit with our community manager, Akash, and figure it out how many credits do we need. Okay. So we know we have the top 100 people, but this is also for people who are on YouTube. Okay. People who are watching on the YouTube, this also for them. Okay. So we are going to compile the list. Okay. And then we are going to request from the AWS. And then we will be sharing this coupon code with all of you. But again, For that, you has to have your AWS account, right? You can go ahead, apply this coupon code. Sorry, yes, not coupons, called the AWS credits. Then you can play around, and 20 is good enough. Okay, so all the service what we are going to use, that will fall under AWS free tier. Still, if you want to try something else, okay, so you can use these credits, and mostly these credits will be available for the 1 year. I will ask with them to keep it for the 1 year, so you all can experiment some different AWS services. Okay, guys, I see so many good, wow, impressive, great, super. Thank you so much. And guys, we are also doing some more. We are trying to collaborate with some other, with Azure as well. Okay, and we see what else we can bring. Okay, to help you all to get most out of this training. So, but yeah, Akash is working on all those things. Okay. Now, so this was the one assignments. Now, okay, we also learned Git branch, then checkout, right, and the merge. And these are very important concepts. So Git status, Git log, Git commit is important, but most important, once you start working in a team, you should be very, very comfortable with the Git branch. Merge, switching the branches. Okay, for that we have this. Okay, for that I have created another assignments. Okay, branching workflow. Okay, adding and verifying the contact page. Okay, so if you go here, so here instead of about, now you have to create the new branch for contact us. Okay, I have given the HTML file. Okay, can go ahead, put all your details. Then in your index.html file, you have to put again this link. Okay, so someone will go. Please try to understand. Intentionally, I have created these assignments. Okay, so now if you go here, or not here. Okay, anyways, once you open the this index.html, so there you have to also add the link. Okay, so someone can click on this link, they can open the contact us page. Okay, so intentionally I have designed this, so you will be adding this new branch. Okay, new piece of code. Okay, and maybe this you not need to deploy on the AWS. If you want, you can, but I test your skills on the previous assignment. Okay, guys, if this clear assignment is looks all good, all fine, type good in the chat box. Perfect. Well, now, as I said, let's go to the PPT. Okay, now we are going to understand the GitHub. What is GitHub? GitHub is an online platform where we are going to share our application source code. Does GitHub is the only tool available? No, there are other tools as well. Okay, one of them is Bitbucket, and there are many more. Okay, GitHub is the open source. It works very well for the students. There are so many features, and one of the widely used online source code management platform. So in this session, we are going to focus on the GitHub. So why we want to use GitHub? Because just to recap, I wanted to share my all this application source code, what I have did here to you, right? For that, we need a platform, and this platform is the GitHub. Okay, so what we are going to understand about the GitHub, we'll look into what is GitHub, GitHub different features, how to create the account, and Git authentication. Okay, what is authentication? I will explain what is Git authentication. We'll understand this in a moment. So first things first, as I said, we need to create the Git. Okay, so we need to create this. Okay, so we need to create the GitHub account, right? So very simple. Go type GitHub, okay, and hit the enter. You will see this, okay, GitHub, okay. So open this, and from here you need to sign in, okay. But I have already account, so because of that you see this. So let me close this, close this, close this, or maybe use the different email ID. So I wanted to show you some important things here. So here, let me see the google.com, and which email IDs I'm logged in. Cloud advice is 2020, perfect. Oh, not interested. Okay, now let's type GitHub. Okay, now you see here, what is GitHub? GitHub is the build and ship software in a single collaborative platforms. Okay, so GitHub is the online platforms where we are going to share the code and do the collaboration. You already understood? Click here. Okay, now here you see the sign up. Okay, so if you don't have GitHub account, you can click on the sign up, or maybe give your email ID here. Okay, so what I'm going to use the cloud advisory 2020, okay, at the rate gmail.com, then sign up. Then it's asking to give the password. Okay, so let me give some meaningful password, and I think let me generate a good password. Because I don't want to give some simple password. Let me copy this. The email you provided is already associated with the account. Oh, so looks like this already. Okay. I have other email as well. I can use it. Just give me a moment and let me open the right email ID. Google. Yes, I need to see which email ID I can use it. Okay, so let me use a email ID I have. Okay, let's see if I can do that. Okay, so let me go back here, sign up again, or maybe go back here, right? I can give the email ID. Now I'm going to use my different email ID. Give me a moment. I'm opening my email ID so I can, because it's going to send me the authentication code, and code is needed. Okay. So I'm going to use this email ID. I don't use this email ID. Okay, but yeah. Praveen Misra 1505. Okay, sign up. And asking for the password. So let me get the password once again. I have generated a strong password. Paste this, and username. I'm going to use the same username here, but I will just you all can see my password, but no problem. This temporary account. So you need to give the username you are going to use for this GitHub account. My country is Finland. I don't want any product updates and announcement, and create the account. And it's going to verify if I'm the human. Verification completed. Not now. Okay, now it sent a code to me. So let me get this code and let me copy this. Okay, continue. Now all done. Now I can sign in here. This was the code. Praveen Mishra, MISHRA 1505. Then I can give the password which I have generated. Here, sign in. Do not save this. Well, now I have created my GitHub account. Okay, so guys, this is very simple. You need to follow. Guys, so far so all clear, all good. Type good in the chat box. Now we are going to understand some important concepts. Okay. Now you see is saying here, first page saying, okay, create your first project. And within here is saying, create a repository. Well, now if you remember, right? So there is two types of repository. One is local repository and another is online repository. Guys, do you remember this? So as of now, what we have been doing, that was the local repository, right? Now, GitHub is asking, do you want to create the remote repository? What does it mean? In GitHub, I can go and create the remote repository and it will have everything what we had on the local system. Is going to be completely equal. Okay. So if you want to see the status, all commits, all masses, all log, everything, what we have been doing on the local system, on local repository, we can see on this remote repository as well. So this is what this is saying. Do you want to create the remote repository? Yes, I want to create a remote repository. Okay, guys, if you really understood what is difference between them, do let me know. It's clear now? So here we can go ahead and create the remote repository. We'll do in a moment. Okay. But before that, okay, here couple of things. Okay. So as I have created this my GitHub account, so what you should be doing, okay, or I'm going to set my profile. Now again, if you are planning to build your career as a DevOps engineer, you are planning to get your job, then this GitHub platform is one of your source of truth about your DevOps skills. So here you are going to put your sample application, as you know, because this is platform to put some application source code, right? You are going to put some sample Docker files for the containers, some sample Kubernetes YML configuration file, some sample Terraform files. So tomorrow, if you go and start applying for job, then you can add your GitHub profile within your resume or portfolio. So someone will click so they can see what amazing work you have been doing from the last 6 months, 1 year, or maybe 2 months, right? So this is your online presence of your DevOps skill. It means you should write some good information about yourself on these GitHub platforms. And trust me, nowadays, personally, when I hire someone, okay, I always visit two things. First, their LinkedIn profile. I wanted to see who he or who she is, what she is doing, how her profile looks like. She is active, he's active on LinkedIn. So this most important things what I do, because it give me some idea about the person, personality, way of working, way of communication. Second things, I go and check if he has GitHub profile. That also give me sense of, right, if he's the DevOps engineer, he's writing some automation, is he writing some configuration, he's writing some script, or he's doing something as a code, because as a DevOps engineer, you have to do all those things, right? So now you understand what is important of GitHub along with source code management system. Guys, if this makes sense, type MK in the chat box. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and update your profile. Okay, you go here. Now go to your personal profile. There was also options, right? Go ahead and change the image. Sorry, here, go ahead. First things first, you should be changing your image. Okay, I can go ahead, get my image from somewhere. Let's say I want to add the cloud advisory logo. Okay, set this, add your name, the cloud advisory. Okay, write some good bio about yourself, who you are. Okay, aspiring cloud engineer or working as a cloud engineer or DevOps engineer from last 6 months. You have 10 years of the experience. It should be brief about yourself. If, let's say, if I need to do these things, okay, how would I do? Okay, because I have very well written my LinkedIn profile. Okay, I will go here. Now let me go to my about section. I'll go ahead, copy this and paste this here. Okay, now you see, right, who I am. Okay, now even it gives some more details. Okay, I can go ahead and something write like this. Okay. Now if you see, right, I put some good, okay, this I think limitations, how much you can add here. Okay, so I think the first option was good, right? Let me get it this. It was very crisp. Okay, it gives sense about me, what I am doing, right? Then you can add your LinkedIn profile. You can add multiple URL here. If you have the blogs, okay, blog URL, put it here. Maybe LinkedIn, mostly use LinkedIn, okay, not Twitter, is not make sense, okay, or maybe Instagram, not make sense, or your locations, right? Some more details you can add over here. Guys, first things first, what you will be doing, you will be adding your information. Okay, mediums, exactly. If you're writing some blogs, you can add your medium profile link over here. Okay, if you are creating some content somewhere else, right, you can go ahead and add there. Okay, so this is first things you will be doing. Okay, guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Okay, now you see here, it also show the contribution. Okay, here if you go and it will show you the contribution, what you have been doing. Okay, so it's very nice. Okay, now couple of more things. Okay, here we have the repository. Currently, you see, I don't have any repository. Okay, and if you want, we can go ahead and create new repository from here. Click here. And now we can go ahead and create the new repository. But before that, I wanted to show you a couple of more things. This is the profile. Okay. Let's go to the home. Okay. Create new repository. We can do it from here. Okay. Now you see we have more details. GitHub websites, some good documentation. Okay. GitHub community. Okay. So there is a very big community on the GitHub. Okay. Now you see here. Okay. We have different discussions. Okay. Go ahead, look around this. If something is interesting, okay, you can go ahead and become part of this community. Okay. You can also go ahead and see some people here. Okay. So, okay, this is about your organizations. Okay. So if this is two organizations, you see all your people here, discussions, you can see all your repository if you have, and also you can able to find some open source repositories as well. You go in the overview, okay, in the community. Here you can go ahead and search some repository here. So let's say if you want interested in some Java project, type Java, hit the enter, and you see there is some Java projects that's available on the internet. Okay, you can go ahead, use this repository to see the source code of this repository, and there's are hundreds, thousands of the repository that's available on internet. Okay, again, based on the language, you can filter it and you can look into that. You can also go ahead and find some other open source project that you can deploy in your AWS environment, or maybe you can automate that application infrastructure. Okay, again, you can do the application configuration in the later stage when we are going to cover different topic. But what I'm trying to tell you here you will find plenty of open source project that you can use for your learning, for building your portfolio. Guys, if this is making sense, type MK in the chat box. I wanted to let you know, other than the all assignments what I'm giving, all project I have given, okay, can also go and get some other good project and you can play around it. And as I said, you can also search some repository. So let's say there is a very good project I have created, the Epic book. Okay, hit the enter. The Epic, no, this is Epic Reads. Okay, Epic Reads. Well, the Epic, I'm forgetting, just give me a moment. GitHub is called Epic Book. Epic Book. So I'm just doing the right spelling. Okay, Epic Book. Hit the enter. Okay, now you see this is here. Okay, so if you like some project, you can go ahead and search like this, then you can star it. Once you star it, so this will show in your profile which repository you are flowing. Go ahead, open this. Okay, and then if you want, you can also get copy of this project in your GitHub profile. Okay, so let me show you. So here currently see this is under the Praveen Misra AWS, right? Now let's go here. Let me open my profile. And you see here, I don't have any repository, right? Now I want this repository in my account. So what you can do, you can go ahead and there is the option to fork it. Okay. Okay, this is, I have forked in code. Not here. No, here. Okay. You can click on the fork. Now here is asking, okay, do you want to fork with the same name? Where? in my account, right? Praveen Misra 1505. So let it be this name. Go ahead and create the fork. Now this repository getting forked in this new profile, right? In the Praveen Misra 1505. Now if you go here and refresh this, now this is present in my personal account, right? Now from here I can go ahead, I can make any changes. Now this will belongs to my account. Okay, guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Now this very good project I have created. Anyways, we are going to deploy this application in the AWS section. From there, we have a couple of more projects. Okay, so we're going to use all these. So just for your information. Well, now we understood what is GitHub. GitHub, you can find the community. You should create your good profiles with the details. You should add this in your portfolio. Then also you can go ahead, find some good repository, good project, start them and fork them. So that will belongs to you. And on top of that, you can start doing some changes, deploying and playing around. Now, we are going to create our first repository. Okay, remote repository. So let's go here. Praveen Misra. Okay, now here you see this plus icon, and using this you can create the new repository. So click here and you want to create the new repository, and let's fill these details and try to understand. So let's say here I want to create a demo repository. So let's call this wake to demo. And so now this is going to create this repository and saying this name is available. Okay. Then you can give some description. So this is for demo. And now scroll down. And here we have the very important settings. Okay. Repository visibility. So when we create a repository, so it could be either public or could be private. So here, public means if you create this repository as a public, means this will be seen by anyone on the internet. So whoever has access of, whoever is accessing GitHub platform, they can go ahead and search your repository. They will be able to access it. They will be able to fork it. They will be able to get the source code on their local machine. Okay. But if you don't want to share it with the public, you can create a private. Now this will be completely private to you. Okay. Now based on your needs, you will see and you will decide what do you want. Okay. Now, couple of important things here and the best practices. If you see here, right, it's telling us, do you want to add the README? Now we are creating this repository online, right? If you remember in offline, what we did, first things first, we have created a README file, right? So if you want to create, you can go ahead on this. So it's going to create the README file for you. Again, it's saying, do you want to add the gitignore file? Okay. So you should do it. As I said, this is the best practice. Now here we have the different option. Okay. If you go ahead, so here there is a different option for the different programming language and different tools. If you select any of them, then it's going to add the all files that is not going to track from this repository. Okay. For example, let's call this type Visual Studio. Okay. So this is going to create the gitignore file, which will have the some content that will ignore all configurations of the Visual Studio editor. Okay. Then again, you can go ahead add the license. Okay. So this is a different type of license. Let's not go there. But if you want, you can also do that and click here, create a repository. Now this is created a repository for you. And now this repository is private. Again, you see here in front of this is saying private. Guys, so far so all clear, all good. Type good in the chat box. Well, now couple of more things we need to understand here. Okay, so here we created one repository. Let's go ahead and create one more repository. Okay, new repository and giving week 2 demo is not available, right? Let's give 2.1, give some description. This is demo. Okay, and let's make it public. Don't select anything. Let's go ahead and create this. Okay, now you see this is got created. Very important, guys. Everyone try to understand this. Now, what we did, we have created the online repository, right? Now, to work on this online repository, okay, to work on this online repository, we need to get this repository on the local system, right? So how do you work it? At the end, on this online repository, we are going to add some piece of code, correct? We are going to add some files. We are going to edit it. We are going to improve it, right? So this repository need to be get on my local system, right? So there is two way. One way is if you have an existing repository on the local system, then you can go ahead, add this remote repository on our local system, local repository. Guys, please try to understand this. It's very important. So here, on my local system, right, I have a created a repository, right? Code track, correct? And there we have added some files and we have done some changes and committed it, correct? Now, as I said, this piece of code, I want to share with all of you. So for that, what do I need? I need an online platform, right? So for that, what we have selected? GitHub, right? And there we have created a repository, right? Online repository. Now, if I need to share my this code track code to you, right? Means this repository need to be linked with this repository, right? So this is what this is saying if you have existing repository, okay, then we can link this online repository, what we have created here, this week 2 demo 21, okay, to my existing repository. Guys, is this making sense? Otherwise, if you don't have any existing, right? So again, this giving some steps, go ahead and create the new repository on your local system, right? Here, what you see is saying, right? You see Git init. What Git init means? You can go ahead and create the new repository. Guys, am I making sense? So here, you can go ahead and create the fresh new repository, right? And if you have existing one, you can use this command, okay? I will walk you through one by one, but if you really understand what I'm trying to tell you, you have to link your local repository with the remote repository, right? And for that, we have some commands we will understand. This is clear, type clear in the chat box. Well, very good. Now, so far, if you notice, I was doing all those things on my local machine, right? I don't want to miss my local machine. So we will switch back to our remote EC2 instance, what I have created. Okay. So now let me go to the remote machine. Okay. Log in there, clear. Okay. And what we are going to do, we are going to follow these steps. Okay. These steps. Okay. So first things first, we'll go ahead and create this new folder on my remote machine. Why I'm doing this, I will explain in a moment. Okay. So mkdir with to one. Then this asking, okay, go ahead, add this file. If you want to do that, let's run this. What this command is doing, this is creating readme.md and adding this small text. Okay. Now we already have the Git. Now I have to, oh, sorry, I did it wrong, right? So I need to move this MB readme where? Week2, right? Now cd to the week2. Okay, we have this file, right? Clear? ls. Now I want to make this as a repository. Which command do I run? Git init. Okay. And let me run this. Okay, why you see this message? Okay, you haven't seen the local machine because this is using the different Git version. Okay, so what happened? Let me explain this. Very important, guys. So everyone, try to focus and try to understand. I'm trying to explain couple of things here. Okay, type focus in the chat box if you are with me. Well, so Git added some new commands. Okay, new term in the latest Git version. Okay, because of this, you see this message. Let me explain it. So what I explained, so when we go and run a command called git init, okay, so it's create a repository, right? It's create a repository, and this repository will have a default branch, correct? And what was the branch name? Main, right, guys? We have seen, right? So when we created git init, right? So this is created a default branch main, correct? Guys, you are with me? Right. Now let's go ahead and read this message. So this, what you see, this is a main branch, okay? Now this is new version of the Git. This creates main branch, but 2 years before, in the earlier version of the Git, this used to create the master branch. This used to create the master branch, okay? And we used to call this master/main. Okay, so now they have done these changes. Okay, so the tool what I have on this is latest tool. Okay, so it's saying please go ahead and change your current branch to the main branch. Okay, if you go and see here git status, okay, so you see this is saying the master branch. So this is my old one. Okay, if you go and use the latest git tool, okay, so this will create the main branch. Guys, this is clear? So what they're saying, you can go ahead and change your main branch. So let's go ahead and change the branch as a master branch here. You see, this is the master, but it's old way of doing this, right? So here we will be using git branch minus capital M. I want it permanently, then main, hit the enter, git status, okay? Now we see we are on the main branch. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. this also message came earlier, okay, when we started the session, but I don't wanted to explain you there because it was too early and maybe you will get confused rather understanding it. Now, a couple of more things as well. Also, now we have the main branch here, right? And then we have created about branch, right? Then we need to switch from main to the about branch and about to the main branch. What command do we run? Check out, switch. Yes, so Adrena, you are right. Okay, so you all people notice Adrena said checkout. Okay, so see, you are right. So in the latest version, okay, so when we switch the branch, we call it switch. Okay, switch, switch. Okay, but in the earlier version, we used to call checkout. CHECK, checkout. Okay, so you can use even switch and checkout as well when you are changing branch, one branch to another branch. Okay, so I hope guys is making sense. Okay, but one thing to remember, checkout used for the multiple purpose. I will explain this in a moment. Okay, but switch command only used for switching one branch to the another branch. But in earlier, when you use the checkout used for the multiple version. Sorry, multiple purpose. Okay, guys, this is clear. If clear, type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Super. Now let's go back to our initial things, right? So here we have added, okay, now see here. Git status. Now we have the readme file. Let's add this. Git add readme, right? Git status. Added git commit minus m. Let's say this is first commit, right? Initial commit. Okay, hit the enter. Okay. Okay, now you see here. Okay, guys, please try to understand, and this point of time, you should be a little bit intelligent enough. All right. Now, what is saying? Now you see, right? This is my EC2 instance, remote one, correct? And here I have not set my username and password, correct? You remember, it's saying your username email address is not configured. Okay. So if I want my all commits need to be authored, right? I need to do these configurations as well here, right? So let's do it. Git config user.name Praveen Mishra. Okay, and clear the screen and put your email. I hope now it's making more sense to you people. mail@ praveenmishra.in, right? And do git status, right? Now git log. Okay, you see here author name is missing, right? This is as author name, this is added these things, correct? Now this is not good practice, right? Now you understand what is importance of the git configure. Guys, clear? Type clear in the chat box. Now let's open the readme file and do some changes here. Save this, right? Git status. Now git add readme, git commit minus am, improved fix app name. right? Git status, clear, git log. Now you will see, right, author details. Guys, is making more sense? All clear? Type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Well, now let's go here. Okay. Okay, we have done everything. Now we are okay. Next step is to okay. Currently, what you see, this is our local repository, right, guys? Here, what you see, week 2 module. This is my local repository, correct? And here, what I have created here, week 2 demo 2. This is remote repository, right? Now we are going to link this remote repository to my local repository. And for that, we are going to use a command called git remote add origin. Okay, so let's understand this here. Git, okay. Now what we are doing, we are adding remote repository, okay, and what will be the origin? Okay, so remote repository origin is this one. Okay, now you see this repository is where on GitHub, owned by this user, right? And this is the name. So what we are going to do, we are going to add this repository on my local system. Okay, now clear the screen. Do git, okay. Now here we can check if, okay, now this repository linked to my remote repository. Okay, so git, if you type the remote, okay, here you will see two things. Okay, what is my remote? Remote is origin. Okay, now remote minus v, okay, you will see here two link. Okay, okay, again, this is origin, this is origin, this is URL, but you see here fetch and push. I will explain all this in a moment, but now you see this current repository is linked with this remote repository. Guys, if so far so all clear, type clear in the chat box. Now, if you want to remove this remote repository, we can also remove this. Okay, simple command. So git remote rm origin. Remove this. It's got removed. Git remote. You see, we don't have any origin now. It's not pointing to any remote repository, right? Git remote minus v, okay, is not showing anything. Okay. So this is not pointing to any remote repository. Okay. Let's clear. Okay. But we want to add it. Let's go back and add this. Okay. Clear the screen. Double check git remote. Okay. Origin. Okay, guys. All good so far. Now here do ls readme git status. Okay. This. Now what we want to send all changes from this local repository. What changes and what file? Okay, ls readme where? On this remote. How do we do this? Let me refresh this. Okay, now here we want to change our changes from the local to the remote. Okay, for that we are going to run some command. But before that, will it really work? Currently on my local system, we have created the GitHub account, right? And GitHub, we have created the repository, right? So for that, we can use a command call here, okay? Okay, let's not go there, okay? But will it work? Not. This is not going to work. Why? Authentication, Lalit, exactly you were right. Now we need to authenticate. I need to configure authentication from my local machine to the remote, right? Let's go to the PPT. Guys, try to understand there's some important concepts here, okay? So as of now, okay, we have the remote repository, we have the local repository, right? We have linked. Okay, linking is fine, not a problem. But if you want to send changes from local to the remote, okay, we need to do the authentication. Otherwise, right, anyone can go ahead and start sending their code onto this repository, right? How Git will identify this belongs to the Praveen Misra, right? For that, we need to do the authentication. Okay, guys, is this clear? Now, there is two types of authentication. Let's understand this. Okay, if you scroll up here, okay, here you see HTTP. You see here, guys, there is HTTP and there is SSH. There is two types of authentication, HTTP authentication and SSH authentication, and we need to set up this. What is HTTPS authentication? HTTPS authentication is based on username and password. HTTPS authentication is based on username and password. And SSH authentication is based on keys. You already know what is SSH, right? So when you are doing SSH, then you are passing the keys, right? Private key, correct? So here we can configure both whatever you want. Guys, this is clear? So now let's do the HTTPS configuration, okay? So to do this HTTPS configuration, you need we already have the username, right? What is username? Praveen Misra 1505. We need the password, but one updates here. Exactly, Lalit, you were right. Okay, so recently, not recently, it's been around 2 years, Git has stopped supporting the password. Okay, so they have come up with the concept called PAT. Okay, PAT is create the unique code so that act as a password. How do we do that? It's very simple. So here, let's go to your profile. Everyone, please follow, try to understand this. Then go to the settings, then scroll down here, go to the developer settings. Okay. And then here you see the personal access token. Click here, go to the classic, and all these steps is given in the Udemy. So don't worry, guys. Okay. So if you go on the Udemy, let me bring here. So you don't need to write it down. So I can quickly show you. Okay, it's not here. Let me quickly get it. I don't wanted you people to write everything. Okay, but only you need to understand this. A very special section I've created this. So you just focus on this. Let me quickly show you. This it. Okay, if you go here, then scroll up. Here you have the Git authentication. Okay, if you follow this, you are able to understand. I have explained this very well here. Okay, everything is explained over here. Maybe let me open this. We can follow this one here. Okay, it will make more sense. Okay, so guys, these two methods, actually three methods. Okay, one is the HTTPS. Okay, then next is the SSH, and third one is the OAuth. Okay, so you're not going to look into OAuth. We will follow these two. I'm going to show you one by one. So in HTTPS, what we need to do? Okay, for that we need to generate the personal access token called PAT. What is the steps? Go to the GitHub, settings, developer settings, personal access, generate the new token. Okay, then need to select the which repository you want to give access, and that's all. Copy the code. Let's follow this. Go here, right? we are here, then generate the token, classic one, okay. Here give the name, some notes, okay. I'm giving the name from EC2, okay, from AWS EC2. I know for what purpose I am generating this token, right? And here give the access of the repository. That's all. There's many fine grained access, okay, and go ahead and generate the token. Okay, now you see this token got generated. Now this token I'm going to use it. Now let's go here, okay. Let's go back, go to our repository, okay, go to, okay, Praveen Misra. This is our repository, right? And here, as I said, we're going to do HTTPS, right? So click here, okay. Now copy this, and then we are, okay, no, this is already set, right? So here from, okay, let me clear the screen. Now we know the username and we have the personal access token, PAT, right? This token, we already have the PAT token here. Now using this, we are going to do the push our code to the remote. So we'll go here and type git, okay, git status, okay, all good, git push, oh, okay, I want, okay, now let's understand. So now to send our code, let's go back to the slide. Now from the local machine, we are going to send code to the remote repository. For that, we are going to use command called git push. What push command will do? What is push? Push means pushing something, right? So from local machine, we are pushing our code to the remote repository, okay? Pushing, right? So git push. So git, then push, you need to run from your local repository. Make sure. Then where you want to push? What is the remote? Remote is your origin, right? Origin. And on origin, you need to again push these changes to some branch, right? So we'll be pushing to the main branch. Try to understand. So if you see here, what we have the here, git remote. Git remote is origin, right? On origin, we want to push our changes on the master branch because it should be one-to-one. Here, git branch, which branch I am on the main branch, right? So from this main branch, I want to push on the remote on the main branch. So git push where? Origin, then where? Main. Hit the enter, okay? Now it's asking for the username, okay? So what is the username? Praveen, MISHRA 1505. Hit the enter. Now this is asking for the password. Let me copy this password. Okay, let's go here and paste this. Hit the enter. Now you see this retain all changes on the from main to main, right? And what I was explaining. So you see the total number of files, delta, size, we have more information, okay? But most importantly, from the local main is pushed all changes to the remote main, okay? Now let's go ahead and verify this. Go ahead here, now refresh this. Now you see our changes is here. Guys, this is clear, all good. Type good in the chat box. Perfect. Super. Now we understood one methods, right? And there is another method as well, SSH. I'm going to explain it. One important thing, Sadao. So every time when you go and try to run this command, okay, it's always going to ask username and password from you, okay? So if you don't want to do that, you can go ahead and run this command, okay? Again, this command is given in Udemy. You can look into that. So git config, okay, -- global credentials, okay, in store. Hit the enter. So next time, if you go and try to run these commands, okay, git push is not going to ask your password every time. Okay, guys. So this is clear. And here we can even check this, okay, this git config global credentials. Okay, so this is a store in the stores, okay, and this credentials is basically where this is in, okay, git config -- type list. Okay, so okay, you see we have all these details here, username and password. Okay, okay, list here, pass -- global. Okay, so our credentials is stored here in git helper stores, and this is basically in, I can show you, let's say less command dot git config, okay, helper store, and there is a git configuration. Okay, I think there's a git credential something. Okay, so basically it stores our configuration over there on this local system, and because of that it's able to authenticate. Well, now this is one method. What is another methods? So another method is here. Let's open this. Another is using SSH. Okay, so for that, what you need to do, you need to generate the keys. So guys, try to understand. Please try to understand this. Very important concepts. Okay, what is key? So in the Linux system, when you created a EC2 instance, then what we did, we generated a PEM key, right? You know what happened? What AWS did that time? I need to sit. Okay. So guys, do you remember what exactly AWS did? So AWS generated a key for us. Okay. So when AWS generate key, so it generates two key. One is the public key, and another is private key. So when we launch this EC2 instance, so AWS used public key and put inside our EC2 instance, and it's allowed us to download the private key. So when we were doing SSH -i and putting our key name, right? Here something xyz.pem. So this is the private key. Okay. So using this private key, we were passing our username @ then IP, right? We're doing the authentication, right? So what AWS did is generated key for us, right? When it's generated, there was the two key, one public key, another is the private key. Now, same things we are going to do on our local machine to authenticate from local system to GitHub. So what you see here, we are going to generate, give me a moment. What happened? Sorry. Yes. So here we are going to generate the key, right? So how to generate the key? So instruction is given over here. Guys, so far so all clear, all good, type good in the chat box. Okay, I copied this. Let's go here, okay, on terminal, then paste this. So we are generating SSH keygen, okay? Then some parameter, let's not worry about, and let's give here our email ID, okay? So I'm giving my email ID, mail@praveenmisra.in, okay? Hit the enter. Then it's going to say where it will create the public and private key. It's going to create on the home ec2.ssh and here, okay? Hit the enter. You're asking the phrase pass, just hit the enter, okay? Again, hit the enter, the key is got generated, okay? Now, let's clear the screen and do ls minus al where / dot dot. Then there we have the SSH, right? Hit the enter. Now you see here we have this is the public key and this is the private key. Got it, guys? Now, what we need to do, we are going to keep this private key with ourselves and public key we are going to add where? In GitHub. So when we do the authentication, so it will authenticate. It's very similar, right? What we did, what happened in the case of the AWS? So AWS kept the public key, right? And it's allow us to download the private key on the local system. Similar here, we are going to keep the private key with ourselves and public key we are going to add where? In GitHub, okay? So let's go ahead and copy this, okay? For that, I have the command here. Clear the screen. Okay, cat public key, hit the enter. Let's go ahead, copy this and make sure guys, you copy everything from here. Okay, copy this. Now let's go to our GitHub. And again, guys, this steps is given over here. You see, right? So what I run this command, then cat, I'm copying, then go to the GitHub, setting SSH GPG key and new key. Okay, then paste it. Okay, very simple. Let's go here. Here. So now again, go to the settings. Here see SSH GPG key. Okay, then SSH key, we're going to add new key and you need to add some message from where? I'm trying to authenticate from my EC2 instance, right? From EC2, or maybe let me call AWS. So I know, right, what is from where I'm authenticating. Then let's paste this. Okay, and save this. Nice, all done. Okay, now we can test this. If this is working, let's go ahead here, clear the screen and paste this. Okay, now is saying, okay, authenticating host, okay, GitHub, okay, can't be established because we need to add the fingerprint. Say yes. So it's only asking for the first time. Okay, okay. Now it's saying, okay, hey Praveen Misra, you have successfully authenticated with the Git, okay, for the cell access. Okay, clear the screen. Okay, now if I run git pose origin main, okay, okay, now if you see here, one important things, git remote, okay, -v, okay. Now please try to understand here. So you see what is our origin? Our origin is HTTPS, right? In case of HTTPS, what do we provide? Username and password, right? Now we need to change this to SSH, correct? Now, if you go here, just do one thing, very simple. Okay, now instead of changing this, now I want to, okay, now let's understand a different concept. Okay, guys, so far so all good, all clear? Type clear in the chat box. Perfect, super. Sumit, how are you? Good, super. Sumit, I have seen you have sent the you are sending your request to join our GitHub, okay, DevOps group, right? But when I'm accepting, okay, it's saying you have reached the maximum number of the group. So you have, I think, joined a many number of group. So you need to maybe exit some of the group, then send the request again, then maybe we'll be able to accept it. Okay, perfect, super. Well, now guys, we have set up the SSH. Now this is working fine, okay? And now let's go ahead and make yet a new folder. Okay, clear and mkdir work space, okay, cd to work space. Now imagine this is the new repository belongs to us, we created. Now I want to get this whole application source code on my local system. I want to get, guys, try to understand. Well, let me explain this. Everyone, please focus. Now, whatever you have did so far, I think all clear, all good. Type good in the chat box. Okay, now what I'm trying to explain, the different scenario. Okay, so let's say here you have your GitHub account. There you went and clone my one of the repository, right? That was the epic book. Then you went ahead and make this as a private, because now you want to do some development, you want to use it, right? Now you want to get this epic book repository on your local system. Okay, local system. How do we get it? For that, we can use another command. Yes, Anjana, you are right. So here, git clone. We can use another command called git clone. Okay, now let's understand this. So here, let's say, now imagine we are using this same repository, right? And now if you go in the code here, it's saying git clone. Okay, so here we have, how do you want to clone it? Because again, you need to authenticate, right? With HTTPS or with SSH. So this time you're going to use what? SSH. So copy this link. Let's go to the terminal, right? And git, type the command clone and paste it. Now if you see, this is git @GitHub. This is not HTTPS. What does it mean? Now we are telling Git, hey, when you're going to authenticate, please use SSH, not HTTPS. Guys, is this clear? You understood? So this is something you need to tell Git. You need to do these setups, right? Yes. So if you hit the enter, okay, it's going to clone it. Now you see our private repository, we were able to clone it, right? How? Because this is, we have configured our SSH key. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Well, so let's quickly recap what we have did so far. So we have our local computer, right? We had our application, then we made it as a repository. We done a lot of things, learned so many commands. Now we wanted to share this code with I wanted to share with you, all of you. I went to the GitHub. This is online source code management platform, right? And I've created my remote repo here, right? Then to access this, I need to set the authentication, correct? So I set up authentication. We have two types of authentication, HTTPS and SSH. We did both and tried both. Now we are able to push changes from local to the remote using command called git push, right? And also if you have some new repository, right? And if you need to get on the local, we can use git clone. Right, guys? All clear? All good? Well, now, guys, I need you more 5 minutes, then we'll do the lunch break. Okay? I know you guys are hungry. Someone has need to do the breakfast. Well, now let's go ahead and here do some changes. Imagine I have shared this with you, right? And now you want to do some changes. You can go ahead and click edit here. Okay. And let's add something here. The Win Misra with AWS. Save this, commit. Okay. You see same things, right? Here I can edit it. Now it's asking commit, right? Commit with the message, right? I'm committing it. Now you see this got changed. Go back to the repository. Okay. Here you see it's got updated. Now on this remote platform, remote Git, okay, you can also see the log. Here what we are saying, git log. What happened? Sorry. We need to go into our repository, right? Then git log. Now we see our all commits, correct? Now if you want to see commits on the remote repository, you can click here. Okay. Now you see your all commits over here. So again, this all details is available here. So no difference. Local repository and remote repository, right? Now what you say, after cloning here, I have cloned repository here, right? But after that, here I have cloned, right? Let me change color of my pencil. People, try to understand. Last concepts, then we're going to take the break. So what we did, we have cloned repository on my local machine. But on the remote, we have went ahead and done some changes here, right? Now these changes I want to get on my local system. Okay. How do we do it? For that, we can use another command. Okay. This is called git. Exactly, Adrena. Pull. Okay. Push is from local, pushing to the remote. Pull means we are pulling from the remote on the local machine. Okay. Guys, don't get confused. Difference between pull and the clone. What was the clone? Clone is nothing but downloading everything. Clone was just about downloading everything, right? Pull means the changes, what changes made after the clone is going to get that changes. Okay, very simple. Go ahead, git pull from where? From where? Origin, right? Then main. Hit the enter. It's not going to ask for any username and password because we have did SSH configuration. Now you see we have all local, okay, remote changes faced over here. Guys, this is clear. I can go ahead, copy this, send this to ChatGPT, ask, hey, can you explain me what all this meaning? But this time you know all those things, right? I don't need to explain this. Clear the screen and git remote. We have the origin, we haven't set it. But when we did the clone, it did automatic for us. -v, Okay, now you see we have here Git is not HTTPS, right? Whereas when we had the another repository, right? There we had the HTTPS. Guys, this is clear? All good? Type good in the chat box. Well, people, so now we did most important things, okay, about the Git, okay, Git fundamental concepts, some important commands, then also a remote one, okay. After that, we are going to do a little bit deep dive, okay, and learn some more commands, okay. But as of now, if you focus, able to understand, you are in very good hand, okay. Once you return after the lunch, I will take maybe 1 hour. We do little bit deep dive. So some important concept is still pending, and that's important. Okay, like pull request, most important things. Okay, we need to cover all those things. We'll do after the lunch. But before that, let me walk you through the next assignment. So based on all these concepts, what we have did so far, if you scroll down, okay, here we have assignment to set up your GitHub for the code track. Okay, if you open this, we make it bigger. Okay, start the assignments. So I have given instruction, okay, different steps. Go ahead and create the GitHub account, explore these are different features, okay, then update your profile, and then submit your assignments. Okay, so this is the third assignment of this week on Git and GitHub. Let me stop this. And after that, guys, we are going to look into some important concepts. Okay, and that's pretty much for as of now. So this is time for our lunch break. Guys, so far so all good, all clear. Type capital good in the chat box. If you have already a GitHub account, maybe you not need to do that. Okay, just take the screenshots, share the details there. We know this account belongs to you. We are good. All good. Akash, you are here?
Yes, Praveen.
So I think we can take the second attendance because after the lunch, I will take hardly 1 hour. Okay, so we take last attendance that time and we are done for the day.
Sure. Yeah. Uh, Guys, you can fill the same form again if you have access to it. I'm sharing the link again. Yep.
They're asking for the link. So I think let's share the link.
Yes, I'm sharing it.
And people who are on the YouTube, guys, we are not taking your attendance, you know. So thank you so much. Please go ahead and have your lunch. I'm going to set the timer. Okay, anyways, let me set the timer here, guys. So I'm setting timer for the 60 minutes. Okay. And this is for the lunch. And timer is started. And yeah, so you see, so anyways, your attendance is started and lunch break is also started. So guys, once you complete your attendance, maybe after 5-6 minutes, CAS is going to close the form. So it will not accept any attendance anymore. Go ahead, complete your lunch and see you guys in the 60 minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. Bye-bye. Akash, over to you.
Sure, Praveen. Yeah, Lalit, so it won't ask for your names. We would need your need your email address that you shared with us while you were registering for this cohort. So make sure that you share the right email address. Guys, I can see a few people have not shared the correct email address, so it's not marking your attendance, right? And also it is a little difficult for us to map your names and emails in multiple places, right? So, for example, during assignment submission, you have given us a different email address and so on. So make sure that you share one email address that we can track across sheets. Okay, so I think I have everyone's attendance now. You can go ahead and start a break. Thank you.
Okay, guys, thank you. Bye bye. See you in 60 minutes. Bye. Hey guys, welcome back. If you guys are back here, type back in the chat box. Perfect. Super. Let me stop sharing my screen. Oh, great. Well, guys, let me know how was your lunch? What did you eat?
Open your camera if possible.
My camera is not open.
No, not for all. Actually, I'm saying for all.
Okay. Perfect. Yes, guys, you can turn on your video and let me know in chat box what did you eat. Anna sambar. Sambar, okay, it's new type of sambar. I only took a nap. Okay, nap is good enough. Rajma chawal. Okay, great. I had done with 10 minutes of the lounge time, laundry. Okay. I went for a walk. Great. Back, I couldn't rest as some visitors came. Oh, that's not good for you. Fried rice and maids, lunch, Kales and Ugali. Okay, looks like something, some different foods. Kadhi chawal. Oh, great, Sumit. Super. Bread. Yes, I also eat bread. Bread, meat. There was a butter on top of that. There's the place where I'm sitting. I'm in the hall, and the kitchen is in front of me. So we cannot cook the food. Yeah, so also I had the bread. We're living in 52 square meter house in the Finland. House is very costly here. So we cannot afford big house. Great. Map. Nice. Okay, guys. So we'll get started. And we have two agenda this time. One, I'm going to teach some important concept. And then most importantly, we are going to announce champion of the week from each groups. So you have been submitting your assignments. Mentor has reviewed it. Akash put some good effort to make sure everything is in line. And now this is time to announce champion of the week. Before we do that, guys, let's increase our all great work what we are doing, create some visibility on the YouTube. So I'm live on this link and other people watching. So I want you all people to go and little bit do some engagement. Maybe you can go ahead, like this video, write some good comment. Okay, so it will reach to the bigger audience, right? We are putting a lot of effort here. So your small engagement on the YouTube help us to reach to broader audience. And also have something in my mind. So we are planning to, okay, let me not disclose this, okay? Because when we are putting all these efforts, right, why not add more people? So something is in our mind, we are thinking. So yeah, so we are trying to bring a big impact. So something we are doing. So please go ahead, guys, like and write some good comments there. And yeah, I will start the recording in a moment. Yeah, Manish, thank you so much. And I'm starting one poll. So let me know, guys, how is your energy after the lunch? Manish, thank you so much. Again, do remember me once we start actual teaching, okay? But yeah, full charged, 92%. Super excited for the Git. Sleepy, but learning. Yes, that expected. Thanks for being honest. I appreciate. But you know, we have covered most of the important things, okay, in the first half. So we are done for the day. Don't worry. If you're still sleeping, okay, it's going to be a little bit interesting now. So no need to worry. Perfect. I see very high energy. Medium, need coffee. You need coffee. Just we have completed our lunch break. Maybe we take the coffee break, but maybe not a coffee break. We are going to finish in next 1 hour, maybe max. Okay, guys, you have done all the engagement on the YouTube. Let me know done in the chat box. Perfect, super. Okay, guys. So let me end the poll. Okay, and let's start our session. So, guys. Okay, now I need to start the recording. Akash, you are here just to check.
Yeah, Praveen, I'm here.
Okay, perfect. Just I'm checking. Anyways,
Yeah.
so good, all good. Now let me start the recording and share my screen as well. Share the screen. Okay. Guys, let's quickly recap what we have covered so far. Let me change color of my pencil. Okay. So we started with understanding what is Git. Then we know Git is version control system. Then we understood what is version. We also understood what is version control system. Then Git is also called source code management system, SCM. Then we understood some common concept related to the Git. So it was the repo, repository. Then we have two type of repository, local and remote. Right? So local repository also on your personal computer, right? Remote is we create on the some cloud platform, and one of them is GitHub, right? GitHub. Then we also did the git config, right? Why we did git config? So we have configured our user identity, right? So make sure when we are doing any changes, right? So it's basically track who, right? Who means author of changes, right? Then when he done these changes, right? So for that we need, and once we did that, then we have initialized the repo. For that, which command did we use? We used command called git init, right? And when it's initialized, it's also initialized our main branch, right? Main branch. After that, we added couple of files, important files. One of them was .git ignore, right? We understood what is importance of the git ignore. Then readme, readme file, right? After that, we are ready to add files. Then we added index.html, css.html. And all these codes, we got it from the week 2 Git repository, right? Now, once we got that, then we need to see what happening in our repository. For that, we understood command call git status, right? So what git status do is give you the current snapshot of your current repository, right? So what is tracking, right? And what is not tracking, right? Then we also understood if you are tracking something by mistakenly, you don't want to track that, then we can use command called git rm, right? Now, if all good, then we can add a repository to track, okay, files in tracking system, and that is called stage, right? Stage. To add any file in the staging area, which command do we use? We use git add, right? Then file name, if you want to add one file, but you can use the dot if you want to add all files untracked in the current repository. So once we have staged, right, then we can save the changes, right? To save the changes, we can use code commit. Then there should be some meaningful messages. We also understood, okay, importance of the meaningful messages, right? So this is what we cover. Then once all good, when you are doing some heavy development, working in a team, then we should not work on our main branch, right? So what we should do, should go ahead and create the branch. For that, we can use git branch, then give the branch name. Then we can move from one branch to another branch using command call swit switch. You can also use checkout, okay? But switch is the latest command. Then once you are done with the development on the branch, you can go ahead and merge this to the main branch, right? So for that, we use command called git merge. Correct? So this is what we understood. After that, we also understood, okay, now this was all on the local system. Then we want to share this code to our team, people who are on the different corner of the world. So for that, we need a online platform. So we understood GitHub, right? Then we looked into how to create the accounts, set your profiles, importance of the profile. And then we also created a remote repository, right? A repo. Then we understood how to link our local code from your computer to the remote repo, right? That on the cloud. For that, we looked into the command call remote, right? Add remote. Basically, git remote add, right? Once we add, then if you want to send these changes to the remote, right, or get changes to the remote, we need to do authentication. We understood STTP and STTP, and let me write STTPS and SSH based authentication. We have seen all this practically. After that, we learned couple of more command. Now from the local, you want to send, let me change color of my pencil. From the remote, if you want to download something, okay, if you want to download something, you can use command call clone, right? Now, if you want to only get the changed file, right, an added file from the remote, for that we use git pull, right? Now, if you want to send your local changes to the remote, you can use git course. Guys, so far so all clear, all good. Type good in the chat box. Great. I know some people has some questions. Okay, you want to go in more details. So for these kind of questions, we have the Slido. Okay, so you can put your question in the Slido, and if you feel we need, we can do maybe one Q&A session sometime in the middle of the week, and we'll try to answer it. Okay, and some of your co-mentor can join and they can help you out. Okay, guys. So far so all good, all clear. I say in the chat box. Very nice. Now we are going to understand one important thing. Okay. What we understood. Let me clear the screen. So GitHub. GitHub is the collaboration platforms as well, right? So multiple people from different country, different location, they can collaborate on GitHub, right? And of course, there we will have our repo, right? And couple of important things we focus on the GitHub, okay, regarding the code reviews, okay, pull request, PR, we used a lot in the industry, okay. So I want to cover this, okay. So this is only one topics I wanted to cover here, and I wanted to do this separately so you all people can understand in a little bit relaxed manner, okay. Otherwise, morning half was quite stressed, okay. You have been tired. I was also a bit tired, so we take this break. So now we are going to understand this, okay. How to create the pull request and how to review the code, then how to merge the code itself on the GitHub, okay. This also a CLI tool we can use, okay, but we are going to understand all this from the GitHub platform itself. Guys, if you're excited, type excited in the chat box. Very nice. Super. Okay. Now, this is our remote repository, right? This is week 2.1 demo. And here again, we can see the branch. We have the main branch, right? We see this is the public repo. We see number of the commits. We see who has done the commits, right? And especially if you want to go in more details, so you click here, okay? Then you will see what changes is done, okay? So this is very handy. We know we like the UI, right? So here you see just one line of code, but in real time, if you start working on the project, right? And you want to go and see on the particular commits here, right? The initial commits, okay. This fix commits done by the Praveen Misra, what changes he did, right? You can go ahead and see these details over here. So this is very handy. You can use if you need. Again, you see here, this commit has, okay. Again, this is here. So most of details are over here. Now, here we have couple of important things like, okay. Here you see the issues, okay. So Git platform also used as a said collaboration platform, right? Now let's imagine here we did everything is fine. Now we need to add new feature, or maybe there is some issues, okay. So you can go ahead and create new issues. And then again, you can label those issues, okay. You can create some milestone, okay. We are not going in that detail, but just I'm trying to show you how we can use it. So let's go ahead. Here, create the new issues, okay, and give the title add contact page, okay. So we can write some message as a user. I want to see the contact us page that include email, phone, and address. Okay. So let's go ahead, and here we can preview what issue we are creating, how this looks like. So here I can go ahead, assign to myself. Okay. I can go ahead, give some label. Okay. I can add some milestone. Okay. But let's not do anything. Okay. Simply go ahead and create this. And don't worry, all these things we can also do in other tools. So that's what we are going to cover in next week. Next week, we are going to start DevOps fundamental. So we will understand waterfall model, agile model, then which tool we use for the agile model. Okay. So I'm going to give you all fundamentals of the DevOps. And then I'm also tell you why do we need DevOps. Okay. Before DevOps, how people were working, how things has been handled. Okay. So all things I will cover. And one of them will be, okay, different tools we can use for the in the agile framework. And there will be one of the collaboration or tool we'll use. Okay. But anyways, but same things you can also do on the Git as well. But now you see here we have one issues, right? One issues got created, add contact us page. Okay. Now imagine this task is assigned to me and I need to work on. Okay. So what I will do, we'll go on our terminal on my local machine here, right? And now I have to work on that. So guys, let me know in the chat box, okay, what will be my next step. You see, everything is good, right? I have the code repository, right? What could be the next step? Git pull may be very good, right? So before doing anything, and when you're working on the real-time project, okay, always make sure your local code, this computer local code is up to date from the remote when you are working in the team. So all the time when you're doing anything, make sure go and do git pull, okay, origin master. Okay, so it's going to get all the latest changes from the remote. Now you see I got the error, right? Because this is not master, our remote is what? Main, right? So I need to use the main. Now it's saying everything is up to date on this current branch. Clear? All fine. Clear it. Next, now I need to create this contact us page. So already see some people are saying it's better to create the branch, right? Yes. So what we should do, we should go and create the branch. Now, a couple of things, guys, here. Okay, I think let it be. Okay, now let's go ahead and create the branch. So git status, we see we are the main branch. Git branch, see, I have only one branch. Git branch create contact. Okay, maybe contact us. Up is up, it should contact us, but no problem, right? So now git branch, we see the two branch, right? Now let's switch to our contact up, okay, branch, because I want to do the development here. So git swit switch contact up, clear the screen. Now you see I'm where I'm in the switch to the branch contact up, right? Now clear the screen and git status. See, I'm on the contact up branch. Now let me go ahead and create the file, right? Touch contact dot index, sorry, HTML. Then vi contact with HTML. insert type email mail@praveenmishra.in, then phone +358 5051 some random number. Okay, and then let's go ahead, save this. Okay, now git status, right? And we need to add this git add contact, git status is tracking. Now committed. Okay, now git commit -am, sorry, m, then add the message added contact us page. Okay, I think it was the different repository. Okay, so we are the different repository. Anyways, let me do that here. Why this is complaining? It should not complain. But anyways, let me do that. I'm adding as a global, no problem. mail@praveenmishra.in. And here I have the email. Status. Okay, well, all looks good, right? Okay, guys, now everyone try to focus. This is what I'm trying to explain you. So here, clear the screen, git branch. Okay, we have two branch, main and contact up. Okay, now I have done the development, tested, all looks good. Now I want to submit my this feature. Okay, contact us page. Okay, so what should I do it here? I can switch to the main, right? And I can merge it. Okay, and then I commit my changes. Correct? Well, this is what we have understood. Now try to understand here. If you go, so let's say this new issues is created by Praveen Mishra 1505. Okay, he's a different person. And here, okay, if you see git log, okay, so this is okay, this is already added. So this is added by this user, EC2 user, right? So this is a different user who fixed these issues, right? And this request is created by someone else. So do you think the changes what I did here is good to reviewed by a person who's raised the request? Or maybe he's the business person, right? He really not need to review this, but some of the senior members from the team need to review this before we merge this code into the main branch. Do you think this is a good idea? We should do that? Yes. And this is the best practice what we do when we work in the big organization. Okay. So now request come from the, let's say, product owner, and we are working in the team. Now I was a developer. I developed this. I want these changes need to be reviewed by Sumit. Okay. So what I will do now here. So now you see, right? Everything what you see here, this is on my local machine, correct? If you do ls -al, right? So this contact us HTML is file is on my local machine. Now how Sumit will review it? somehow I need to send these changes to the Sumit, right? So how we can do that? For that, we are going to send this branch code on our remote, on our GitHub. Try to understand this, guys. Very, very important. Okay. So here, all changes what I did currently is on my local machine, right? And I'm sitting where? In the Finland. Okay. Sumit is somewhere sitting in the India. I'm assuming, I'm very not sure. Okay. Yes, he's in India. So here I have the GitHub. Okay. So my computer Sumit cannot access, right? The changes what I made, I can send these changes here. And if Sumit is here, team member on my project, right? Then he is able to access my GitHub, right? So what I will do, let me change color of my pencil. I will send my changes, commit my change, not commit. I will send my changes on the GitHub on the separate branch. Separate branch. Currently on GitHub, what we have seen, we have the main branch, right? We have main branch. Let's look into that. Here we have the, if you go back demo, we have only one branch, main branch, right? And on local, I have created a which branch? Contact up, right? So if I can send this code on the GitHub, right? And then here I can ask Sumit, hey Sumit, go ahead and review this. And if it looks good, right? Then you can merge it. Okay. So here you see what we're doing. You're doing peer review. Okay. To make sure what changes I'm doing, this is reviewed by some senior person and whoever know about this, right? If something is wrong, he can say, Praveen, you need to fix this as well, right? So how do we do that? For that, here is very simple. Okay. Let me clear the screen. Git status. Okay. Now everything is good. I will do git push origin. Origin is my remote, right? Then contact underscore up. Try to understand. So we know Git is the tool. We are pushing changes from local to where? Origin on my remote and where? On this branch. Okay. Contact up branch, not on the main branch. If you remember earlier what I did, I pushed my changes on where? Main branch, right? But now I'm sending on the contact up branch. Let's see if this works. Now, yes, this is send all my changes to remote contact up branch. You see, this is my local one, right? Is sent to on contact up branch on the remote. Now you see the beauty. Let's go on the Git. Okay. Now you see this message. Compare and pull request. Okay. It's saying someone has changed here. Let me refresh this. Okay. So here, now if you will see, we have one more branch, contact up, right? So now what I can do, I can go ahead and create the pull request. Okay. Its short form is called PR. Okay. Now from here, I'm going and telling, okay, I will going and creating. Let me change color of my pencil. You guys are with me? All clear? Type me in the chat box. Chine, I think you are trying to write something on my screen. Please don't do that. Okay. So now one person said, okay, Sumit can go and do the pull the code, okay, and also review it. Yes, that is one of the way. If he want to do from the command line, now he has the laptop, he has access of this Git platform. He can go ahead and pull the request, review it. He can merge on his local system, push the code, all fine, right? Now again, we can also do here as well, right? So let's understand this. So first things first, as of now, this code is here. Now, guys, everyone, please try to understand. Focus. Guys, if you're focused, please type focus in the chat box. How do I disable the annotation? It's very good point. I think last meeting also someone has did same things.
Sir, maybe in the setting you will get.
Okay, good. Let take care of this. So next time I will, when set up the meeting, I'll do that. I'll start putting some more restriction on the attendees. Okay, perfect. Now, one thing try to understand. It's very important, people. Okay. Currently, you see whatever I did on this local system, this on my local system, right? And every time, and this is thumb rule in the corporate, okay? When you are working on any project, whether as a developer, DevOps engineer, cloud engineer, writing some piece of code. So once you did some good work, then you should commit your changes, okay, and push on the remote, because we don't know what will happen to this my local machine, right? If tomorrow it's crashed, right? Someone has stolen, then all my work will go away, right? So it means I should be always saving my changes on the remote, and this is the best practice. So now here you see, okay, I have went ahead, right, done my changes, but currently I don't want to ask Sumit to review it. Okay, I'm going to work here more, right? But I did these small changes. Okay, then I updated my code on the remote because it will be safe there, right? Now you want to add some more things here. Okay, let's go ahead. Clear the screen. Every people try to understand. Now let me open the VI contact form. Okay, here let me add, okay, website. Okay, https thecloudadvisory.com. Okay, save this. Okay, not got saved. Git status vi contact, it's not got saved. Let me do it again. A website, guys, please try to understand. I'm trying to teach you a very important concept. https thecloudadvisory.com. Let me save this. Then git status. Okay, git diff. Let me see what changes I have did. Contact.html. Okay, so I added this new line. All looks good. Now let me add it. Git add, git commit -m, and added website. Okay, git status. Okay, now I'm done for the day. All goods, right? I've also tested. Now let me push my changes. Git push origin contact _up. Okay, now again the latest changes has been pushed on the remote. All right, now I have done my work. All good. Okay, I've done multiple commits and made sure my all changes are on the remote. Now I want Sumit to review it. So what I will do, I'll go here, compare, and create the pull request. Okay, so here you see, I can see all my changes. Scroll down. Okay, of course, I'm going to write some message here, but you see here, I had made 2 commit. Okay, and yeah, one commit done with the, let's say, EC2 user, another with the Praveen Misra, and in all these commits, I have added these 3 lines. Okay, and all looks good. Now I'm going to add some message. Okay, here I can write some good titles. Okay, added contact us page. Okay, I can add some message as per issues or maybe feature request. Feature request. Feature request. I have added contact.html. Okay, I can tag here whom? Praveen Misra. Okay, please review it. But who is created the issues? Praveen Misra, right? So let's assume this is Sumit, right? Then I will go ahead. Okay, I can maybe preview my message. If I want, add something here, maybe highlight something, some link, whatever you want, right? Then preview it. Go ahead and create the pull request. Okay. Now you see this pull request has been got created. Now, as you see, Praveen Misra is tagged. There should be mail a notification. Okay, in my mail, or maybe in tomorrow stand up, we'll discuss. I say, hey, as the request has been raised, I have fixed this. I have created the pull request. Please go ahead and review it. Okay. So now imagine Sumit is coming here. Okay, he can come and he can look into that. Okay, now here again go to the project, right? Now here you see, okay, let me dismiss this. Here we have the one pull request here, right? So Sumit will go here, okay, and see there's the pull request, okay, one pull request, added contact a space, open this, he can scroll down, okay, and he can see the changes, okay, he see Praveen did 2 commits, right? And he can open maybe in the new tab, okay, and see what changes did in this commit. He added 2 line, and this commit, okay, in the previous commits, in these commits, okay, he added the website. Okay, if all looks good, he can go ahead and merge the request from here. If he's not happy, he can again go ahead and write the comment, say, hey, I really do not need website. I have requested office address, right? And this is what was the initial issues, right? Is still loadings, okay. So now if you go in the issue, what was the issue? Issues was he asked to write, okay, phone number, sorry, email, phone number and address, but I did the mistakes, right? So I can go ahead again on local system, fix it, again commit it, remove it, right? Then I say, hey, I did fix it. And Sumit can again go ahead and merge this pull request. Okay, go ahead, open here, right? Now here you can review it. Let's assume I fixed this. Now merge the pull request, okay? And he will write some message, okay? Tested, all looks good. All looks good and confirm and merge. Okay, now this is got merged. Okay, now this is in the committed in the main branch. Okay, now let's go ahead and demo. Okay, now you see this pull request has gone, and here we see we have the contact us page. All right, guys, everyone try to understand why I'm explaining this, because you are DevOps engineer, right? And tomorrow you are going to face these problems. Okay, so if you have this a small understanding, okay, it will be easy for you to work in a team. Okay, contribute in a team. It should not be new things for you. Okay, guys. Well, now it's got merged. Here I will go Git status, all good, clear the screen. Now I can git branch. Now I will go to my main branch, git switch main, right? Git status. Okay. Now here I want to get the latest changes from there, right? What I do? Git pull origin main. Okay. Okay. Now before that, let's see here. Clear the screen. Unless I have only HTML readme.md file, right? I don't have. Then what I will be doing? Git pull origin main. Okay. Now you see contact us page got downloaded. There is some message. You can go ahead and read it. Now do ls. Now you see I have the contact us HTML file, right? Now all this done, right? Now I will get the new assignment. I will work on the new branch, correct? Based on the needs. Now here, should I git branch? Should I keep this branch with me? Contact us? No, I done my task, right? I can go ahead now delete it. So git branch -d contact underscore up. Okay. So this branch got deleted. Git branch. Now I'm the main branch. Okay, guys. So far, so all clear, all good. Type good in the chat box. Perfect. Guys, so this pretty much I wanted to cover here. And this is what you need to know to get started. And there is a lot of concepts, new things. I can go in detail as much as you want. As you know, this course is for beginners, okay? So I tried to cover all important things that's important for you. So with that notes, I would like to stop here. Maybe in the future, okay, once we finish this, we can have maybe another cohort, okay? Maybe I can record some special videos, right? Going in the more depth, okay? So I think it's good to stop here itself, okay? So let's stop, but before that, as I said, we have the announcement and we have selected champion of the weeks. So let me stop sharing my screen. And people, please turn on your videos. Great, super. So your community manager will be online. He's going to take the stage in a moment. But before that, let me do a quick checks up. Okay. How is your confidence level? We started the one poll. Do let me know. What do you feel? There's a couple of options. So new concept learned, hands-on practice, clarifying doubts, or maybe you are more confused. It could be. And this is natural, okay? It could be confused because if you are a first time here, okay, and so many concepts, right? If you see, we covered around 15 commands, around 10 to 12 new concepts. So maybe it feel like a little bit overwhelming for you. It totally makes sense. But if you take the pause, okay, and tomorrow again you can go and watch these videos, or maybe watch the all videos on the YouTube, sorry, Udemy, what's present, it will make more sense to you. Okay, guys? So no worries. Now let me check the result. So 40% people saying a new concept learned. 44% people saying hands-on practice. 9% people saying clarifying doubts, means they know Git, so a little bit adds some clarity on them. And 7% people saying confused. In number, 3 people saying they are confused. So no problem. Maybe it's new for you to watch the video, okay, recording. It will make more sense to you. Okay, guys. So that's pretty much from my side. Now I have the list of the champions of this week. And I'm going to announce the name. And after that, Akash is going to take over the stage and he's going to let you know why these people are champion of the week, what different they did. Okay, guys, if you're all excited, please turn on your videos and type excited in the chat box, and I'm going to announce champion of the weeks from each group. I need more videos to be on, guys. Please. Come on, guys. Turn on a video. Guys, you ready? Put a smile on your face. Great, super. So, from group 1, deployable, champion of the week is Raju Dasathos. I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly. So let me copy his name and put in the chat box. And everybody, please put hands together for him. Great work, guys. Whoever is, you deserve. If you are here online, please unmute yourself and turn on your videos. Really want to see you. Who is this person? Can you please unmute yourself?
Yeah, hi, Praveen. It's Santosh from Group 1
Ah,
Deployables.
great,
Yeah,
good. So your name looks a little bit different here, okay?
yeah,
But yeah,
that's a
Santosh.
surname. It's came.
Great.
Yeah.
So Akash is going to tell me what different you did, but congratulations, okay, being champion of this week and great work. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, Praveen.
Great, super. And I know people who are on the YouTube, you don't have these opportunities, but don't worry, you're also going to get opportunities because we are going to select around 40 people. We are going to shuffle 40 people from the top 100, okay, because we see they are not active, not completed assignments, okay, so people going to get opportunity from the YouTubes. So guys, you will have the opportunity. Now going to the group number 2, CICD squad, and name is Sumit Tiwari. Guys, please put a hand together for him. Great work, Sumit. I see you are super active, okay, on LinkedIn, on chat here, engagement, Discord. You are super active. You are everywhere. Within a minute, you are there. Okay, you are doing great work. Fantastic. Super. Very nice.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir, and thank you so much for the co-mentors, and thank you so much for colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, group number 3, automation crew. Lalit, again, he's super active. So Lalit Kumar, congratulations, group number 3. And guys, we have the details, okay? We tracked everything, okay? No partiality, nothing. Your community manager, your mentor, we have given the scores. We have the scores, everything, okay? We are going to share. Okay, so for, let's say for the Raju, we have the 100 score out of 100 for the week 0, okay? For Sumit, 94 score, okay? Now let's go to the, okay, for the Lalit, 92 score out of 100. Now we are going to the group number 4, Ops Lab. And again, this is a very active person. Okay, he's from the, I think, Nigeria, South Africa. And I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his name correctly. Let me type in the chat box. And I think he or she is Chine Jacinta Opsi.
You
I
can
see
call
her
Chini.
active all the time.
You can call Chini. Right?
Chini. Yeah, Chini, you are here? She's also very active. I
Yes,
have seen
I'm
her.
here. That's me.
Oh,
Thank you so
congratulations.
much. I really appreciate.
Yeah, now I see you. Yes, she has within very great LinkedIn post. I have seen, okay, super active in the chat here in engagement. Congratulations, well deserved.
Thank you.
And she also got 100 marks out of 100. So,
Wow.
great achievement. Great work,
Wow.
super.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Praveen.
You are most welcome. Now, last group, code sync. And now this is, again, she got 100 marks out of 100, and she is Anjana Muthuyanke. I hope pronounce her name correctly. I think Anjana is also super active. She was here. Anjana, you were here?
Hello.
Hey, Anjana.
Hi, Praveen.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Praveen, and all the commenters. Thank you for the update.
Great. Super. Now I'd like to hand over the stage to the Akash. He will give the more details because he is monitoring closely, guys. I have zero involvement reviewing the assignments. Okay. So everything's done by your co-mentors. Okay. They reviewed the assignments. Okay. So huge thanks to all co-mentors putting time and reviewing the assignments, and they put the marks. Then Akash was putting everything together. So over to Akash.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you so much, Praveen. Congratulations, all the winners. I hope we'll see new faces next week. I'll keep it very simple and shortest possible. So it was very difficult because a lot of people got 100 out of 100, and instead of asking commenters to being a little conservative, giving all these marks, I went ahead and announced let's keep it this way only, because the idea is very simple. The assignments are not very difficult. They are very straightforward. You just do what is asked, and we'll marks. Marks are just the testament, right? Uh, then comes what went well. I think all the documents that I reviewed, they were very very elaborated. I'm not a technical person, but I was able to understand things. So you you can give yourself a pat on the back that you did a good job of creating a very elaborated document. Very simple and very easy to read. But wherever we asked for screenshots, you guys were able to understand the instruction and then add multiple screenshots to just make sense of it, right? Uh, Finally, I'd like to say that it's going to be an integral part of your role wherever you land up, right? Following instruction is something that everyone look for in their future employees. So I believe this is how we this is one of the things that we are tracking in these assignments, that whether or not you are able to follow the instruction. One of the things that I'd like to highlight is, while a lot of other people were they all did a very wonderful job of submitting the assignment, right, but maybe were not able to follow instructions in terms of posting it on LinkedIn or maybe writing a good blog if they did write a blog, because this is for week 0 and the assignment was very, very simple, right? For week 1, that will announce in the coming week. I think things will be a little more difficult. You will be posting blogs, we'll be reviewing the blogs, right? And we'll also be seeing how much engagement was there. Was it something people like reading? So all these things we are going to gauge, and maybe we'll take a poll. We'll publish all the blog, and then we'll ask people to rate the blog. Okay? So all these things we are going to do. Now, a lot of you may be asking this question, that why are we doing all this, right? So the idea is very simple. When you post something on LinkedIn, you get the visibility. Not, of course, there is a mention of us, but it's you. So that visibility, of course, will help you get connected with the right employers. Second is your blogs. That is your footprint on the internet, that you are someone who knows the subject and can do a good job of it, right? And you have done everything hands-on. So instead of we asking you to do all these activities, I will recommend that you do it, on your own. Start writing, start posting, right? It will help you. It will go a long way. I'm telling you. The blog will be there. People will come, read, and they'll praise you for what you write. Of course, you can use AI models. I've seen a lot of you wrote these blogs, but some of them were very, very, it was like that you just copy pasted it, right? So maybe think yourself, write yourself, but then use AI to just polish it. So that should be the end goal. Finally, when you are posting something, or maybe you are tagging someone who helped you, Praveen, or this cohort, right? Make sure that it is tagged, because that's when we get that visibility. We are able to connect. We are able to help so many of learners like you. So that is also a requirement for us. But apart from that, congratulations again, everyone. We'll be sharing the certificate over email. In case you want to change your name, because I've noted down, and our apologies for not pronouncing or not mentioning them correct. Okay, maybe we'll connect personally and ask. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so we'll connect personally and ask for your correct name, so that we can mention it on the certificate, and we'll share it over the email. All right, so that's from my end. In case you have any doubts, anything, you can of course post it in the community. I'll be able to help you. Second is your week 2 assignment will go live. The guidelines, details, everything is there on the same document. You can just go ahead, check it, and start working on it. Right? Yeah. So Praveen, I think that's from my end. In case you want to add something, please go ahead. Thank you, everyone, and congratulations. See you next week.
Thank you so much, Akash, and putting all the efforts. And again, all co-mentors. It takes a lot of time, people, for these co-mentors, right? Taking time from their personal life and coming forward and reviewing these assignments, right? Giving the marks. So huge thanks to them. And now here is the idea, right? So this is the week 0. It means announcement was for the week 0. And each group, we have the 20 people, right? So we are expecting everyone to put your wholeheartedly effort to become at least one time champion of the week. And when you are giving this, it's not easy task, right? You are doing a lot of things, guys. You are learning for the 8 hours. You are sitting here, right? So this adds value. If someone asks who given to you, go refer given by the Praveen Misra, right? I have attended this course is live on the YouTube channel, right? Person will understand, right? You are attending this 12 weeks, 8 hours of the sessions, right? You have written the blogs itself has a lot of meanings, right? So it's going to add a lot of values. We are going to give the certificate, okay? So you can go ahead, put on the LinkedIn, announce it, okay? Tag your other commenters, other friends, okay? and please help everyone to engage and create the visibility. Okay, so again, I would expect at least everyone should get these opportunities. So this program is for the 12 weeks. Let's say maybe it will go over a couple of more weeks. We'll see how things are going. Okay, so this is the message from my side, and I'm going to also create the breakout session. Okay, I've already created. So I want you all people to go in your group and interact with your co-mentor. Okay, so your co-mentors has reviewed your assignments. So without disclosing any name, okay, any things, they will give their own thoughts, right? What they found good, what could be improved from technical side. Okay, so they are the right person to give you some advice, and you can ask something to them. Okay, so I will open this, but before that, we have one person from here. Okay, your co-mentor, Wisdan. Okay, and she's from the Saudi Arabia, and she has been with me in one of the program. So I would like to ask if Wisdan is here, she can listen. Wisdan, would you like to add some words on this uh, week of champion of the week initiative? So what we have did, and what did you felt same things when it was in your boot camp?
Yes, hello, Mr. Praveen. Hello, everyone. I would like to first congratulate to everyone was for who to become champion for week 0, and good luck for the other in the next weeks. It was amazing when I become champion of week. I was in the week 5, so there is a chance for all you. So it was amazing. I keep work harding, continue, give me more motivate to improve that I deserve this champion, not only in 1 week, on all the other week. So it give me more motivate. And about, I would also told them, when Mr. Brafin today explained the lecture, when he said, right focus in the group, take a board. I just forgot I'm commenter. I just, and until now, I think I was the student still in the boot camp with Mr. Brafin. So sometimes I confuse and said no, I'm now commenter. So I want to tell you, keep learning, keep motivated, keep focusing. Thank you.
Thank you, Wisdan. She has been super active student in my that boot camp. Okay, now imagine she know DevOps very well. Okay, and again you see other commenters, right, sitting in the Saudi Arabia, right, and she's helping. She's super active in our co-mentor group. We have the co-mentor groups. Okay, we do a lot of interaction, so we have all people are super active there. Okay, anyways, now I just wanted to highlight a little bit. So from her perspective, so now once you become the champion of the weeks, it's not end. You have to be on top all the time. You have set the one standard, right? So try to maintain it. Okay, go beyond. Okay, go and help other people, right? So try to maintain this, and again this opportunity for the other people as well. Well, with that note, let me break the breakout session, guys. This is for the 10-15 minutes. Okay, maybe 15 minutes just for you to go ahead and do some interaction. Okay, talk with your co-mentors, and I hope there will be co-mentor from all the groups. Okay, if there's no co-mentor from any group, do let me know. I will join there. Okay, maybe Akash will join there, because I'm not expecting all co-mentors should be here. But you see, Abhishek, Praveen Pandey, right, and Wisdan, Miss Abdul Rahman, right? Again, Abdul Rahman is from Saudi Arabia. They are again here, right? So very big thanks to them. Okay, being here, supporting all the time. Okay, so let me break this. Now, this is opportunity for you to interact with your commenters. Thank you, guys. See you in 15 minutes when I will stop the breakout session. I have started, and now you can go and choose your breakout session yourself. And people who are on the YouTube, okay, I know you are not part of all those things, okay, and I'm sorry for that, but soon I know you people are there, okay, so you will becoming part of this cohort very soon, and I'm trying to do something. Okay, add more people there. So let's see what we can do. So guys, please go ahead and join your group and meet with your co-mentor. And I'm looking here. So I see group 5 has the co-mentor Wisdan. She already joined. Group 5 has the co-mentor. Group 2 has the co-mentor Abhishek there. Group 1 has also co-mentor. Manish is there. Manish, thank you so much for being super active. Now, group 2 has, yeah, Abhishek has said, group 1 has the co-mentor. Group 3 has, I don't see any co-mentor there in group 3 currently. Group 4 don't have the co-mentor. 5, okay, let me see if any co-mentor is present for the group 3 and group 4. So maybe, Akash, you can join the group 3 if you are still here. And if any group has the 2 co-mentor, they can go to the, Akash, you can go to the group number 3. Group 3 don't have any commenter. Praveen Pandey, okay, so I see group 2 has the 2 commenter. So maybe Praveen can go to the group number 4. Pandey ji, you can go to the group. Okay, he cannot say. Let me move it to the group number. Okay, now he's in the group 5. Other people join your group as well. Akash, you can join the group number 3. I see very less people in the group number 3.